Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24. Creative team career here on the PC with Cadillac. Tonight, round 6 of season 6. And it's a sprint weekend. We are heading to Interlagos for the Brazilian Grand Prix. So just a tiny bit of admin to get done before we get started. We're a day away from the Grand Prix. We have to do our pit crew training because it's the first day of a new month. So let's immediately crack on and get that done. This is what's been auto-generated for us. We are going to strip that out. Go over to cumulative. And let's take a look at our fatigue level. It's 1% going in, but it should be a reset 1%. So I can put a full day of training in and it not count, which is very nice. We'll still have that 1%, unfortunately, to carry into the Grand Prix, but that's okay. We can get away with an extra 1% fatigue going in. And then when we come out, we'll give them, let's give them 2 days off. Get that fatigue down to 8%. And we're going to go with some split training. And as you can see, we now can go up to a 95 on our skills here, thanks to, finally, Will Courtney getting a nice little boost to his rating there, to his aptitude score. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. What's our fatigue up to after 4 days? 23%. That's okay. Keep going. Can probably get something in on the Monday as well. Oh yeah, comfortably. I might even be able to get a full day of gym training in, but we should probably try and do it just as a split day. That takes me to 8% there. If I can get an extra 1%... Yep, there we go. Perfect. That gets me to 18, to 9, to 0. And then into Mexico for a normal Grand Prix weekend. Then we're back to Spain. So we want to make sure we're not going in too heavily prepped. Let's try putting in just a normal day of skill training. 20 to 11 to 2. It's a little bit higher than I'd like. So instead, let's change that to some gym training, take that out completely. That gets me to 16 to 7, and then back to 0 in time for the Grand Prix weekend. And then when we come out, we will do some more split training. Like so. Yeah, we want to make sure our fatigue stays in this well-rested category going into the final day of the month. 16%. Let's throw in a morning of car building. That takes me to 21%. That's fine. We will confirm those changes. There we go. So, yeah, Will Courtney is his aptitude now at 95, which has boosted the skills potential of all of our pit crew up to a maximum of 95 now. We've got 1 day to go until the Grand Prix weekend. There we go. And let's take a look at our strategy briefing, shall we? Evening Army, evening Wayne. Hello to anyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. Let's have a look, shall we? It's going to be cold, apparently. Maintaining tyre temperature could be tough. We also have a high chance of rain, so have a wet weather strategy ready. Let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, that's very wet. Some light rain on Friday, which will affect potentially both practice and sprint quali. It'll be dry on Saturday for the sprint and then main quali, but will be potentially very wet on the Sunday for race day. Let's take a quick look at our car and see what new stuff we can actually have fitted to our car. We had a new front wing in our previous race. Have we got anything new to throw on the car now? No new chassis yet. No new rear wings yet. Side pods, no new side pods yet. Underfloors are at level 2. And do I have 2 suspensions? Oh, I've got 3 suspensions. Very nice. So let's go ahead and put those on. Not quite sure why we were still on Mark 1 suspensions. I think maybe we only had 1 available at the time going into the last Grand Prix. But there we go. New suspensions fitted and on the car. So we still need to get that rear wing done. And that will be ready to go into production in 8 days' time. Our underfloor will be ready to start being built when we come back from Brazil. Hopefully the money we get from Brazil will be enough to actually get us going. Suspension, the new Mark III suspension, we've still got some time to go on that. Let's check the build queue. They can see we've got one of the new Mark III chassis and suspensions in production. We've only got 494,000 in the bank. Is that enough to start anything else? We don't have anything there. We don't have anything there. The rear wings aren't ready yet, and they're already being built. So we're pretty good to go in that respect. I want to create a quick save because I want to have a look at performance. We had a little break between races, so I want to see how our development and our fitted performance is going compared to the AI, because that could be interesting. Oops, not save again. Resume. There we go. Right, let's take a scooch over to the database editor. And let's take a look. Here are our performance markings. So you can see there is a nice little improvement in terms of development between Imola and Brazil. Means we are sitting top over Williams with the most developed car, but that isn't necessarily what's actually on the car. So our development overall total is at 59.03, and our actually fitted parts are at 57.57%. So we're about 1.5% below performance total at the moment, because those new parts aren't ready yet. Plus we've got more parts coming as well. As you saw, got some Mark III parts coming, and our new rear wing should be ready soon as well. We are just ahead of Yuki Tsunoda's Aston Martin now in terms of fitted performance as well. And then we've got the 2 Fords of Oscar and Gasly, also very close. We are less than 1% ahead of them in terms of actual fitted performance on the car. But it's where that performance is fitted that is going to make the difference. So we're actually top in top speed for the first time, I think. Acceleration is not amazing. We're middle of the pack there. P6. About 2.5% behind Alpine. Ford have got slightly better acceleration than us, about 1% better, just over 1% better. We are top in low speed. We're number 4 in medium speed, number 3 in high speed. DRS effectiveness is number 3. Ford have now got a better DRS than us, as well as that better medium downforce, but we've got better high and low downforce over Ford. Dirty air tolerance, we're still top by a nice healthy margin, over 3% ahead of Williams. Tyre wear, we are almost 4% ahead of Minardi. Ford are way down there in 7th place. They are 8%, over 8% behind us. And then engine cooling, we are actually slightly better than Ford in engine cooling by about 1%. So it's quite closely balanced between the two cars. As you can see, in terms of what's actually fitted, it's less than 1%. It's very, very small difference. But they do have a slightly more powerful engine than us. You can see they're at max power with the Ford engine. Our engine at 97.5%. That's our own custom Cadillac engine, slightly underpowered compared to the Ford. Right, let's remind ourselves of the current standings. You can see Max top by a nice healthy margin. Let's put this into positions. There you can see we've had those 2 wins and a sprint win for Max, as well as a 2nd place in Miami and a 3rd place in Monza. Only 4th in Imola for Max. Lando has been keeping his podium consistency going. 2nd with a 2nd and then 3rd in the sprint, then a 3rd and a 2nd in the sprint, and then 2 more 3rds. So Lando is consistently finishing in 3rd place or 2nd place, one of those 2. Oscar here, you can see 3rd in the first race, 1 in Italy, but only came 5th in the sprint. Did not have a good Vegas at all, finishing in 12th outside the points, but has won the last 2 Grand Prix and pretty comfortably as well. So, yeah, he's going to be a problem. And then you can see George starting to build a bit of consistency as well after that shocker in Monza and a DNF in Japan. 2nd there, 6th there, 2nd again. So he's starting to churn in some good results. So it's not going to be a cakewalk. We are going to have to work for it. In the constructor standings, there's a little bit more of a difference. You can see 61-point lead over Ford, which is quite a nice, healthy amount there. We've actually had the most pole positions so far, 3 pole positions. So we've had 3 bonus points there, but we still haven't had enough wins converted from those yet, unfortunately. We are actually lagging behind Ford in terms of total number of wins. So that's a little disappointing. Driver of the day, it's been a completely separate driver of the day every race, and you can see that both Williams drivers have got themselves up there so far, along with Oscar, and then Norris and Max all getting one as well. We lead on podiums 9-4 over Ford. McLaren have had 2 podiums. No one else has been on the podium this season, mainly because we've dominated the podium itself. There you can see Norris with 5 podiums, 4 for Oscar, 4 for Max. George has had 2, and that's it. No one else has had a sniff of the podiums yet. So that's quite nice. Let's see if we can convert this promising form into a strong race result again. So, this is what the car is saying here. And these sliders don't match what we're seeing on the performance indicators, which is a little odd. But it is what it is. I've always seen, viewed these with an air of mistrust. I've never been completely sold on these being 100% accurate. But then, having said that, maybe it's the online database editor that's not accurate. We don't know for definite, but I would probably say that it's more likely that this game's in-game metrics are not quite as accurate as they should be, because we've seen some very strange standing results in the past. So, right, race targets for this weekend. Max wants the win. We have struggled to get Max even close to winning these last few races. So, as I did say, we're going to actually drop him down to the medium target, give us a bit more flexibility. So 3rd or higher. It still brings us in over $1 million, which is still a nice amount of cash. And Norris's target is 3rd or higher. We will stick with that for Norris. I'm hoping that we can do better, but we'll see how it goes. And off we go then to Brazil.
Our F1 season brings us to Brazil for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Better known simply as Interlagos, the Autodromo José Carlos Pache sits between 2 lakes here in Sao Paulo. The home of the Brazilian round of Formula One since 1973, plenty of champions have been crowned here, with many more to come.
This weekend will be taking a slightly different form, as we have the addition of a thrilling sprint race thrown into the mix.
It's shaping up to be a great weekend, so don't go anywhere.
So another race, another sprint race weekend. Just means one practice session for the whole weekend. It's going to start dry. Doesn't mean it will stay dry all the way through. We are going to use the hards. Let's check engine parts. We're at 47% now on Max's first engine. 75% on the RS, which is still very healthy. 55 on the gearbox, still healthy enough for practice. Norris, not in the best situation. His ERS is down to 33%, but we need to keep that going. That engine should hopefully last this one session. And then, because it's got a major fault damage, we might not be able to use it again after this session. It might not even last this session, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. And we've already completely destroyed that first gearbox, so we have to use this one. Yes, already struggling with part wear. Not so good. Evening, Arda. Right. Let's do run plans. So Brazil, it's normally, I think, 21 laps if you want to do 2 separate runs. We are planning to try and do more than that. We're going to put 30 laps of fuel in, because no doubt we will need to call them in to make some tweaks to the setup. And then when we send them back out, 30 laps should hopefully be enough to get them to the end of the session, or get them prepped and ready enough that we can call them in and be done with it. There we go. Right, setups for Brazil. It's one of those strange, tricky circuits to set up. A 12.5 could be the right call for the rear wing, could also be a 13. I'm more inclined to go with a 13, at least on the start. Front wing, probably anywhere from a 6 to a 7.5. We'll start with a 7, I think. The roll bar could be anywhere from sort of here through to the very, very end there. We're going to start with a 2.8 on this one. And then this is where it gets tricky. The tyring and camber do not have kind of set small windows to work within. They can vary quite a lot. But generally, I think the more camber you put on, the more toe you need to put on. So we will start by going with something like that. We'll just take that down a bit. And then if we go with a lower toe on the other car, or a lower camber, we'll need to take a lower toe as well. So we'll see how that one works. Evening, Dino. So set up for the other car then. We will go again with a 7 on the front. Again with the 13 on the rear wing. We'll go with a 3.7 again here. And then we will try just a little bit less camber. So instead of a 3.35, we'll go with that. And then we'll take that down as well. Let's go down to about there. And try those. So similar setups this time, rather than some big differences. And let's see if we're close with either of them. Let's take a look at the forecasting as well. We will have some rain, but probably looks like it'll stay dry enough not to need to change tyres. So we'll send out Max, and then we'll send out Norris. It's quite a bumpy track, so there is every chance that Norris's engine might start playing silly buggers on this run.
Radio check.
Copy, loud and clear.
It's one of the reasons we don't push too hard in practice, is to try and minimize any faults occurring on weaker parts.
Okay.
And just to try and reduce the wear in general.
Try to reduce curb use, and it's unsettling the car.
Okay.
There we go. Let's see, do we have much in the way of rookies? None at Ferrari, none at McLaren. Amato getting a run at Ford. No rookies at Mercedes or HiTech. We've got Jackson Chisholm and I can't remember at Williams. We've got Ibanez. No, not Ibanez. Is it? We've got somebody in at Toyota. We've got somebody in at Minardi. And that is it. So let's check who those are. Wilson Cairo is the second rookie at Williams. Oh, it is Ibanez. Matthias or Matthias. I think it's Matthias, I'm not sure. Ibanez. Kimberly Pollard is alongside Fornaroli in the Minardi there. So, what did everybody think of the Japanese Grand Prix? Personally, I found it a little bit Mario Kartish again at times, especially with the push to pass going into the triangle out of 130R to immediately then being pushed to pass, right back again on the main straight into turn 1. Evening, Victor. Evening, Opjo. I think Bearman was incredibly lucky not to have a more serious incident, and the big incident that the drivers have been warning would happen with these regulations due to the difference in closing speeds almost happened. It came very close to being something very, very nasty. I saw Bearman sort of limping a bit, hobbling a little bit out of the car. I thought he'd done his ankle. It turns out it was just his knee, but I think he was very lucky. I mean, he was hurt. Normally you'll see a driver get out after a crash and they might be a little shaken up, a little breathless, but generally they're okay. But he really was having trouble walking. He was in a lot of pain. So, yeah. Lucky that it was only a bruised knee and not something a lot more serious. And when we have something like that happening at somewhere like Monaco or Baku, Singapore, Vegas, places that are high speed and with walls that are very close and no runoff, then yeah, that's a scary thought. My initial thought when I watched the incident was that it was Colapinto's fault, but I don't think it was, but I don't think he helped the situation. I think the speed that Bearman was closing in at going into Spoon 1 was so much faster than I think Colapinto expected. He took a little move across the track in like a half defense, and I think it threw Bearman slightly. It panicked him maybe because that closing speed was so fast that he took maybe slightly more avoiding action than he needed to, and that put him on the grass and then skidded across the grass straight into the barriers. It was about 50 kilometers an hour difference, I think, the crash or the closing speed. Not 100 kilometers, Army, but it was still a hell of a speed difference. 50 kilometers an hour, like that. And like I say, I think Bearman perhaps panicked and over-jinked a little bit too much, but I don't think it was helped by the fact that Colapinto made that sort of little defensive move that pushed Bearman out like that. And like I said, I mean, he was very lucky that the incident wasn't as bad as it could have been. But I think had there been barriers like at Monaco, then he would have hit that barrier on the side of the track and then skidded straight along that barrier into essentially another barrier at a very high speed. And he wouldn't have been able to scrub the speed off that much. And that could have been a very nasty crash indeed if that had happened at those speeds. But in a Monaco situation, or maybe a Singapore or Baku, or God, yeah, I think maybe it's a good thing that Jeddah is not happening this year, because the speed differential on some of those corners with the walls like that, I think is genuinely a terrifying prospect for a massive, massive crash that could be seriously, life-threatening. So maybe it's a really good thing that Jeddah has been cancelled, so that we don't have to see what would happen, in Japan, but in a circuit with no forgiveness. Because that circuit's kind of dangerous enough as it is, with the walls the way they are. And the speeds that people go. And when you get a circuit like that, and you get a sudden speed drop-off, all of a sudden, with no run-off areas and barriers that are right there, that becomes a terrifying prospect. So, yeah.
Just all over the place.
Like I said, maybe it's for the best that there is no Jeddah this year, because yeah, it doesn't bear thinking about, really, as to what could happen. What's the best settings on graphic wise for F125? I don't know. I don't have it. I don't play it, so no idea. But I would imagine it all depends on what system you're playing on, what your system capabilities are. Alright, we've let them run for a little bit. Let's speed them up a bit. Another win for Kimi. It's the first time in what, 50 years? More than 50 years, I think, since we've had an Italian win back-to-back races. Kind of. It was two separate Italians at the time. But first time we've had an Italian winner back-to-back.
How does the car feel?
Well over 50 years.
Well, that's good. Really good job.
I think maybe even longer than that.
There is some rain coming.
Yeah, confirm.
He's the only Italian, I think, to have won, or the youngest Italian, certainly, to have won back-to-back Grand Prix. I think he's the youngest driver to ever win back-to-back Grand Prix as well. He's the youngest driver to ever lead the World Championship, I believe, on top of that as well. He's knocking out a few records at the moment.
Any feedback on the car?
Let's take a look at our feedback.
Yeah, copy.
94 and 97. That's a really good start. Really good start. Let's see, we've got 43 minutes left in the session. Let's call them both in. Evening, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm in.
And limiter on, please. Okay, so stopping on the marks.
What do I think about Max possibly retiring? I'm not sure. He also wasn't old enough to have champagne on the podium. Well, it depends on the country, I suppose. Americans, the drinking age is 21. Us here in the UK, it's 18. He is 18. So by our rules, he would be old enough. I think it might even be slightly younger in Italy. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I would imagine it's 17 or 18 in Italy. So, I mean, I don't think he's too young in that respect. Let's see. What else do I need to change? Not too much. I need to bring that front wing back down again. Let's do that. And let's take that down a couple more. It's 20 in Japan. Oh, is it? Really? I didn't realize that. Yeah, we'll try that. See if that is enough. Might be a little bit too much there.
Level lane.
And speed limiter on. And stop on the marks.
I watched the Channel 4 race coverage. Both the qualifying and the replay of the highlights of the race. And watching the qualifying highlights made me chuckle because I remember Mike saying that only Max had been vocal about problems with the rules, and then they opened up the Channel 4 qualifying with a laundry list of drivers making complaints about the rules regulations. So I hope you saw that. And there were another whole host of driver complaints after the Grand Prix as well. Alright, so the rain is starting. I don't think this is going to be bad enough to force wet tyres, at least not for a while. Maybe just for a few laps there. It'll switch to inters, but we'll probably get away with just running these tyres for most, if not the rest of the session. Yeah, this was the year that George was supposed to just walk away with the title, and so far he is being schooled by his younger teammate. So it'll be interesting to see if that carries on. It does almost feel like shades of 2007 when Hamilton came into the team at McLaren alongside Alonso, and everyone thought Alonso would be the man in the team, and Hamilton very quickly proved that he was just as quick, if not quicker, at times than Alonso. And they ended up taking points away from each other. And both finished a point behind Kimi Räikkönen at the end of the season. I wonder if we'll see something. I don't think we'll see a major challenge from another team for the driver's title. But there's still a way to go yet. So we could see some big improvements, especially now that we've got, 4 or 5 weeks, I think, until the next race.
How does the car feel?
In Miami.
The car is amazing.
In May, so...
Copy that.
We could see some big steps forward from some teams. I think McLaren have got a big upgrade package planned for May.
Update when you can.
And they actually look pretty decent.
Happy with that.
I did like Oscar's comment that turns out we're pretty quick when we start these things. Because that was only the first time he's actually started a race this year. What with his electrical issues preventing him from getting going in the last race and crashing on the observation lap on his way to the grid. Not even on the warm-up lap, just on his way to the grid at Australia. Right, let's take a look at the new feedback. We're at 97, so we've improved Max a bit. Not quite where he needs to be, but we've got Norris to where he needs to be. We're going to let them run to the end of the session now. Make sure that they get enough track time with those new car parts fitted to get themselves 100% prepped. And then maybe see if we can make a little tweak to Max after that. Thought Max was about to lap Norris then, but I realised it was a Ferrari he was stuck behind. Right, we're pretty close. We're not quite there. We probably are there with Norris because his car's now at 100%, but with Max not being at 100, might be slightly behind. And of course, normally we'd only need to get to about 20-something% in practice, assuming that we had 100% car part knowledge and 100% setup. We don't have 100% car part knowledge, so we need that little bit of extra time on track. Just under 3 minutes in the session left. We'll get an extra couple of points.
That's the checkered flag. Practice your pit lane entry.
Right. That is it for the end of practice. Let's see where we ended up with our prep levels. Did we get to 100% with both? Oh, so close with Max. 99%. 100% with Lando. If that's an easy change and we can make it like we did with Norris, then yeah, Max will be at 100% going into sprint quali, but it all depends on how easy a fix that's going to be. Right, that's the end of practice. Next up is sprint quali.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Right, so we've got 1.36 mil on track. So we are going to be starting on inters. Let's switch over the engine parts. That's down to 25% now, so I'll have to put that engine in. And then ERS, we are going to need to switch that over now. So we're only 6 races into a 24-race season. And we've still got 5 more sprints to go after this weekend as well, and we're already on to the second ERS. That's not very encouraging. Max is in a slightly healthier position. We are going to change his engine over now. And we'll keep the same ERS and the same gearbox. Let's take a look at that setup. Is it something that we can easily change? Not easily, but we're going to take that gamble and drop it down a click. And go back like that. Let's see if it works. And let's hit the track. Right, what's the rain going to do? It is going to stay relatively constant and then dip a little bit at the end of the session. Let's get out early.
2, 1, green light.
Apparently there's a few cars that want to get out early. Maybe it's about to get worse. Everyone's pouring out, look. It must be about to get a bit worse. So, does Norris have anyone right behind him? He's got a little bit of clean air to the car in front, which is one of the McLarens. Which one is it? It's Russell in front, okay. And then behind Norris is a little bit of a gap then to Charles Leclerc. So that's good. Bit of clear air for Norris. No threat of being held up anywhere. In front or behind. Not quite so close for Max. He's got a little bit of a gap in front to Mini, but does have one of the 2 Alpines behind him, and that is Lindblad.
At the moment we are good.
Evening, Daniel.
And track is clear, track clear. Charge button off.
We started at 1.32. It's gone up to 1. No, it's 1.36, wasn't it?
No traffic
Dipped
issues.
slightly to 1.35.
Mode push, good to go.
See if it does fluctuate at all. Everybody is out now. Most of them are behind us. Right, so Fornarelli is the first on track. He's got a 20.4. Tsunoda goes a couple of tenths quicker. What about George? Fractionally quicker than Yuki. Norris coming up to the splits. And Norris is a 20.2 as well. See what Max can do. Also a 20.2. Lindblad gets a 20.1, but he's tucked up behind Max, so he's probably getting a tow. That'll be less helpful to him at through this part of the circuit. And then we've got a whole cluster of cars coming through behind the second Ferrari. Max Purple in the middle sector, very close to Norris as well. Norris is a 10th behind George.
So P2.
Albon pops up to 5th with a purple final sector. Then Mini. Max goes top by 24 thousandths of a second. Antonelli up into 3rd.
So mode in, please. Mode in.
Okay.
Piastri goes top. Gasly into P6. Let's see where Mick is. Well, Mick's just starting his lap, is he? Doesn't look amazingly quick. Is Mick on a warm-up lap? I think Mick might be on a warm-up. is his time not showing? I'm sure he was actually out there. Is this a glitch? He's done 2 laps and yet he hasn't got a time. That's weird. That's very weird.
Be careful.
What happened to his lap? Looks like he's had a time deleted for something, but I don't know what. He's on his way back to the pits.
I'm in. Box there is very slippery.
Yep.
Yeah, very strange. What happened to Mick? No, the track is getting a little bit wetter, look. What the hell happened to Mick in that final sector that made him abort his lap? Or not get a... Or not actually get a time registered. Very odd. A job for Scooby-Doo. And the rest of the team break out the mystery machine. Right, as it stands, we're comfortably through, but the track is going to get drier. And if we don't go back out when that happens, we will get eliminated, I think, because, yeah, we could even be looking at slick tyres. There is a little kind of almost 2x2 kind of feel to this grid at the moment with the 2 Hondas, then the 2 Mercedes. There's the 2 Williams. The Audis and the Toyotas kind of commingling a little bit. And then you've got the 2 Minardis at the bottom. It's only really the top 7 that's kind of scattered about a little bit. Porsche's gone back out again, and he's gone out very early. And the track is still getting a little bit worse, but it's supposed to be dropping any second. It's just extended it slightly. It does say dry is coming up. What tyres did Porsche go out on? He went out on Inters. There is still a chance that it might go to slicks. We've still got just under 2 minutes to go until we need to go out at the absolute latest. Let me see, it's starting to dry up. But I think Porsche might get eliminated by having gone too soon. It all depends as to what happens with the track, how quickly it dries up and how long it is before anyone else comes out en masse. We've got Leclerc coming out now along with Piastri and Russell. And of course, is Mick actually going to be able to set a time? Ah, Porsche running a little wide through 4. That's a bit
Now we
delayed.
should be able to take a look here.
I didn't even spot that.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4.
Oh, yeah, he
we've
did.
seen a few go off the track there. That won't do the floor of the car any good at all.
Descida de Lago. That's kind of a double turn 4 and 5 is classed as Interlagos. Got a few more cars coming out now. Track is still drying up. Wait another half a minute. I want to see if it is going to be slick tire weather, track weather. Don't know if we're going to have enough time to find out. Pourchaire's done. Did not improve in the first sector with that little run wide. Didn't improve in the final sector. Found a tiny bit in the middle, but he's not improved at all overall. We're getting very close to the point where we have to go out. I think we just have to bite the bullet and go as we are. We are going to get some cars pulling us over. Leclerc will get through and get underway before we get to him. Piastri might get through. There we go. We don't get in Piastri's way. We don't, noticeably get in his way. He's gone purple. But we're a lap behind him, effectively. So the track is now, coming to the point where we might even have DRS on our lap, which would immediately put us in a much stronger position than anybody else. Being able to use DRS. Russell looking pretty good at the moment. Leclerc isn't too far off. He's a 10th behind.
And you are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
Piastri is about neck and neck with George at the moment, give or take. George goes top with a 1:14.5. Leads by just under a tenth of a second. There we go. DRS is active as we start.
Tyre temps are good. Gap is good.
And you can see the DRS is open on Norris's car already, which is amazing for us. We've timed this absolutely perfectly to get that DRS. So we'll get it across the line. We'll get it out of the center S and through, out of Curva del Sol down to Interlagos. And then we'll get it again on the run up to the line to close the lap out. So we do a 19.8 for Max and 19.9 for Norris. Norris is going to have a little bit of traffic ahead of him that he's going to have to negotiate through. That's going to be Charles Leclerc. You can see our times are tumbling down the order based on the old times. Schumacher has now actually set a time. Will it be enough? I think it is. I think Fornaroli and Colapinto are already done, so I think he's safe. We're already ahead of him, so we're not going to bump him down any further. A 36.7. That's on par with what the others have been doing. Max is flying in these conditions. He's always so good in these kind of not quite perfect conditions. Norris improves to second. Max is going to go top by 2.5 tenths almost. We are comfortably through. Mini scrapes through by 1,000th of a second. He beats Carlos Sainz. So Sainz and Bortoleto eliminated with identical times. Then Pourchaire, Fornaroli, Colapinto, and Felipe Drugovich also out in sprint quali 1. into sprint quali 2. Ah, look at that, we're at 99%. Just shouldn't have put 2 clicks on the toe there. Should only have done 1 when I brought it back up. Still, that's an easy fix after the sprint for main quali. Now we're going to be on soft tyres to start because it is a dry track. How long is it going to stay dry? Not long.
So now we have green light.
It's not going to get that much worse. But this is definitely the best time to go out. Now we're starting to see the whole garage emptying. And we've got some clear air between us and George. So I think it's George behind us. Yes, it is. So there's no real threat of giving George a slipstream. So we get to run in clean air. No one too close in front or behind. And let's see what the pure pace performance on one lap is like. With soft tyres and a dry track.
Position.
Track is clear. Track is clear. Start button off for last corner.
We're looking good. Mode push. You are good to go.
All right, across the line to start the lap, and then heavy on the brakes into the center S. And then the long sweeping left-hander Curva do Sol. Cedar. Put 6 into Ferradura. I don't know all the corner names here, but I know quite a few of them. This is Pinarino, turn 9. And then one that everybody kind of knows, which is this one here, turn 12, jumps out. Uh, 18.9 in the first sector, beaten only by Ollie Bearman that we know of. Purple in the middle sector, Max down 0.3 to Norris at the moment. It's a 110.58 for Norris. Max coming up to the line now. Goes purple in the final sector. 2.5 tenths slower.
P2.
Quicker than Hadjar.
Good luck that last one.
Quicker than Russell. Bearman splits the two McLarens.
Okay.
Piastri is only good enough for 6th. Leclerc improves. Lawson in 11th. Antonelli goes up to P3. What about Gasly? Gasly goes P4. He puts Mick into the drop zone as Doohan locks up
Let's take a closer look.
into the center S.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. Very heavy on the brakes.
Very
Now,
weird.
they did leave it
Little
very
lock
late.
up there on the cool down lap. Mick into the drop zone. Oscar is riding the line in danger of elimination. I don't know if anyone's going to get the opportunity to really improve with the rain coming down. There's not going to be a lot of rain on track, but it might be just enough to throw things out a little bit. make it harder to improve.
I'm in.
It's not a great lap for Mini. I don't know if he got held up somewhere or if he just made a mistake, but he's a long way off the pace. 1.8 seconds off. We'll put the same tyres back on. Just let a few more cars come into the pits. I don't want to go too early because then we'll almost certainly hit traffic. Here comes that starting sprinkle of rain. From the radar information there, it doesn't look like we're actually going to get much of any real rain. We might get something. Leclerc's out now as well. Track is starting to get a little bit worse. There is still scope for some improvement. It all depends, as I say, how quickly the track gets wet. But our radar is not really giving us much in the way of information at all. There's a very slight increase in water on the track, but barely anything according to that. It's at 0.05 mil. This shouldn't have any real major impact on pace. Maybe a tiny bit, but I think drivers should probably improve.
And track is clear, track clear. Start the lap.
Gap is currently good. Okay, you're good to go, both push.
Right, Norris looks like he's going to get through with no real extra traffic to worry about apart from Mini. Max get that situation as well, looks like. So, just Mini to worry about. He might be an issue for Norris. I don't think he'd be an issue for Max at all. I don't think he's close enough. Norris catches him. He will have to slow and pull over. But they generally start pushing here. Out of turn 10. And they start to accelerate up to racing speed about here on the exit. So there you see, it's starting to push. Right, Russell's found an improvement in the first sector. Norris has not, Max has. Little split coming up. Norris has not improved in the middle. Max has found a touch more.
Am I not safe?
You should be. Should be safe. Max closes the gap to just over a tenth.
P2 at the moment. Excellent lap. Mode in,
Right,
please.
Leclerc gets, I think, ahead of Tsunoda, but Tsunoda is not coming back out. I think no one's really likely to improve that much now. Lindblad gets a nice little improvement because he had a bad first run. Gets up to 10th, and that's put Oscar in danger, and Oscar's not on the track. So Oscar just got bumped. He is out of qualifying. What can Mini do? I think he can improve, but I don't think he's going to be troubling the top 10. He gets up to 13th and finds just over a second, but he had that really bad first run. But yeah, Piastri is out of qualifying, along with Mick Schumacher, Gabriele Mini, then Jack Doohan, Liam Lawson, and Alex Albon. Still a couple of cars out there trying to improve. Doohan is one of them, I think. No, he's not. Doohan is on his way back to the pits. So that is it. And we are saying goodbye to Oscar very early on in sprint quali. That is huge news for us. Real opportunity to stretch our legs on him a little bit. And of course, with the new point system that we're running this year, it means that sprint points have become more valuable despite them not changing. They've become more valuable because there are less points available in the Grand Prix for the top positions now. So instead of the usual format of 25 for the win, then 18, then 15, then 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1, as we normally get. It's now 17 points for the win in the Grand Prix, 13 points for second, 11 for third. No, I've got that wrong. It's 17, 13, 10. Then it's 8. And then 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Down to 11th. So the chance to get those really big wins where you score massive more points if you finish top and someone finishes in the lower end of the points has been reduced a little bit. It's brought more value to the sprints for those top 8 positions, given that 8 points is the same as finishing 4th in the Grand Prix. Right, moving on to Sprint Quali 3, and we're back into wet weather, 2.09 mil. So we're back on the Inters. We are going to save a new set by running older tyres, because we might need them in the Grand Prix. And we still have... this is the last time we'll need them today, this session, because it'll be dry for the sprints and dry for main quali. Or at least it should be. But who knows what we're going to need in the wet on Sunday. Right, onto the track we go. We will pause and take a quick look, because there's so little time in this session, just 8 minutes. And I think it is going to get slightly worse as the session progresses, so we are going to go straight out.
Green light.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a lot of the other cars coming out pretty soon as well. There we go, there's 3, 4. So 4 cars left. That's another one of them. As Hadjar makes his way out. So just Bearman, Lindblad and Tsunoda to leave the pits. There's Bearman and Tsunoda. So just Lindblad left in the pit lane now. And there's Lindblad. So that's everybody on track. Along with the changes to the point system, we have a bonus point for pole position for main qualifying and a bonus point for fastest lap in the main Grand Prix as well. So theoretically a maximum of 19 points available on a normal Grand Prix weekend, and then another 8 on top with the sprint weekend.
Track will be clear. Good to go, good to go.
And no double points at the last Grand Prix this year. 20.7 for Norris. Let's see what Max can do in response. It's just a fraction quicker. 20.7 again, but he goes purple. Hadjar is nicely poised here behind Charles Leclerc. And he gets a 0.2 of a second slipstream. Could be something similar for Antonelli and Russell behind behind Gasly. And they are both quicker than Gasly. It'll hurt them more in the middle sector, but they'll be strong in the final sector as well. We've got a yellow flag out there as Norris sets his time. That was Lindblad going very wide through Decida. Oh, he had a spin. That's why he was so wide.
As we look to Decido de Largo. And that's the moment they lose it. And that won't do anything to help those tyres.
Yeah, big spin. So Lindblad is going to be bottom of the timing order after this first run. Here comes Leclerc and Hadjar. Hadjar slightly quicker. Antonelli gets ahead of Hadjar and is quicker than Russell, but he's slower than Gasly. So where was that? He lost time. Okay, this is one of those strange things with the roundings. Look, he was potentially 0.2 up there, potentially 0.2 down there, and then potentially a 1/10 quicker there, and yet he ended up slower overall. So the way these have been rounded up or down, slightly deceiving. Gasly actually fractionally quicker, and I think that's mainly going to be down to the middle sector. I think that's where Antonelli lost the bulk of that time, if not all of that time, was in that middle sector. Yuki has popped up into first place. Of course, no bonus point for the sprint, but just annoying that he's knocked Norris off the front row. Lindblad has aborted his run. He's straight into the pit lane. And as soon as we get back, I'm going to send our guys straight back out again. Just in case the track is about to get a little bit worse.
Not the pit lane. Slippery track, pit exit.
Confirm. I'm in. Box area is very slippery. Yeah, okay.
We use the same tyres, they'll be fine. And did that just creep up by 0.01 mil? I think that was 2.08. Keep an eye on that, see if it creeps up. If it creeps up again, it's going to be... Yes, it is slowly creeping up, look, 2.10. Right, Lindblad is coming out. Let's see if he can do a lap without spinning this time. If anyone else is going to come out, they're going to have to come out soon. Very soon now. Up to 2.11 mil.
And you are doing a good job on tyres.
Right, into
Track
the
is
last
clear.
tiny bit of
Track
the
is
window
clear.
for anyone wanting to come out.
There will be mode push for last corner, mode push.
It is a deceptively short
Tyre
lap,
times are good. Track should be clear.
but even so,
You're good to go.
yeah, I don't think anyone else is coming back out. I think that was it, one and done. So it's just us and Lindblad. Lindblad to see where he can go. He can only go, quicker than he's been doing. And us to see if we can displace Yuki off the top spot. Let's see. Norris will be first through. Has not found an improvement in the first sector. Neither has Max. Lindblad now starting his lap. He's gone personal best in the middle and purple in the final sector because he had that spin on his first run, which means that ruined his middle sector the first time round, and he didn't do a final sector because he went into the pits. But he is a 10th down on us in the first sector. No improvement in the middle for Norris. Track now 2.13. Max also not finding any time. Those two glued together at the moment. Up to the line. No improvement for Norris. So, Max needs something special here.
So that's a good lap time?
To get ahead of Yuki.
Yeah, confirm.
And he can't do it. What can Lindblad do to improve his situation? Can he get off the bottom? Can he get ahead of George, Leclerc, maybe even Hadjar?
That's perfect. Mode in, please.
No, he can't. He's nearly 7/10 away. But there we go. That is it. That's the end of Q3 for the sprint. It will be Yuki Tsunoda starting the sprint on pole, ahead of Max Verstappen, Norris in third, then Bearman fourth, Gasly fifth, Antonelli in sixth, Hadjar seventh, Charles Leclerc eighth, ninth for George Russell, 10th for Lindblad, and of course, no Oscar, having been eliminated in Q2.
We're back, and the action is set to get even better today as the drivers go racing in the sprint. And after a season of sprints, this is the last one of the year. This circuit is certainly no stranger to overtakes, so I think we're in for a good one.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
Well, no doubts there'll be plenty of action today here at the Sao Paulo Sprint.
So, sprint has arrived. It's going to be dry. Are there any changes to the grid that we don't know about? Nope. No pit lane starts for anybody. So, there is Oscar in P11. There is Charles Leclerc in the last points position in 8th. And there we are, 2nd and 3rd. Let's see, tyres. Do we want to use a set of softs now, or do we want to save them and go with a set of mediums? I think, given that we didn't use any mediums at all in qualifying for the sprint, we'll use them here. Let's put one extra lap of fuel in so we can use that to help us in the opening laps. got to hope we don't get a safety car, or else we're going to take on a lot of extra fuel again. There we go. And we can be slightly more aggressive with the tyres at the start before we have to turn them down, because we don't have to worry about them as much as we would with a set of softs, where we'd have to immediately turn them down. We may well see quite a few cars using some soft tyres. We may see a couple using hard tyres. I think the most of the field will be on mediums along with us here. So, let's send them to the grid for the start of the Brazilian sprint.
24 laps around Sao Paulo in today's sprint.
Some hard tyres there on Ollie Bearman.
It's lights out and away we go.
He's the only one on hards. No one's on softs. As Max dives up the inside of Norris, having just been out-dragged off the line, retakes the position. Is he going to make a move on Tsunoda? No, he's not. We're going to turn the batteries down while we are tucked up behind Yuki and wait for him to start pushing before we turn them back on again. Piastri's already up into 10th, getting past Arvid Lindblad. And Tsunoda is looking to push. So let's turn the battery off for Max.
Okay.
We'll turn the battery on, sorry, for Max. Leave it off for Lando. So he is close enough to get that DRS and slipstream.
DRS is enabled for reference. You are currently P2. Okay, so next car, Tsunoda.
And now that we've got a little gap between R2, now we'll turn Lando's battery on as well.
Car behind is Norris.
Bearman being in P3 on hard tyres is potentially a really good thing.
And you
It
can
means
use
that we
all
can
the
hopefully
booster.
break away from him and he'll still be tricky to overtake. You can see Gasly swarming around, trying to find that way through. As we go hunting after Yuki. Track temperature 48 degrees, so the tyres will overheat sooner rather than later in those kind of temps. You can see Norris's tyres getting a little hotter because he's been in the dirty air a little bit longer than Max, but Max's tyres now overheating. He's in the DRS and closing on Tsunoda. Norris, I think, just got it. Max definitely got it. Yeah, they both got it. That's nice. We'll have an opportunity on Yuki here. Little half look into the center S. And this will set us up for a nice run out of Curva del Sol. Down into the Cedar. Oh, and Tsunoda's just taking that very defensive line and stopping the move. So we are going to go into top-up mode again. We're going to turn the tyres down now. Otherwise, they are really going to start melting.
Get those tyres temperatures down.
Oh, a little look up the inside for Max there, but it was very quickly shut down by Yuki Tsunoda.
A long way to go.
Bearman is currently out of range of us, but he might be pushing still and close that gap back up again. And he is closing back up again. Not a lot we can do about that at the moment, unfortunately.
Okay, ramper mode push.
We're actually melting the tyres in the dirty air at the moment, so now we need to cool them down. Well, we are in the DRS,
Yeah, okay.
so hopefully that will
Just
allow us to
concentrate,
do
get your
this
tyre temps
without
down.
us losing too much time.
Okay.
This is a rare instance where Yuki's actually been able to extract the most out of this car. We haven't seen him at the front of the grid this season. And he does have the best of the two Hondas. think he might be trying to drop us again.
Mode push.
Okay.
Just drain Max's battery to make sure he gets that DRS back.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Okay.
Let's see if we can recover it quickly.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
Gasly up to ninth now as he's got past George Russell, so Leclerc standing in his way of getting into the points at the moment. Gasly's still tucked up in 5th behind Bearman. Antonelli's there as well, then Hadjar, then Leclerc. There's Oscar. Mini's in 14th place, it's not too bad, so a couple of places lower than he's qualified, I think, or maybe one place lower than he qualified. Fornaroli, I'm not sure if he's made improvements or not. I think he has. He's got ahead of Porsche. I have to say, I am surprised no one else is. Well, no one's gone with soft tyres. And only one car's on the hards. Oh, okay. Yellow flag, and that is Sainz off. Where's he crashed? And at turn 10.
Stay as close to 0 as you can.
Second.
This will give us an opportunity to refill those batteries and to cool those tyres down. It does mean, unfortunately, as well, we are also going to gain a lot of extra fuel. There's a replay. That's my favourite Sainz. Just there.
Okay. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
It's a big one.
Is everyone okay?
Debris on the track. P2 at the moment.
A little worried about engine
So
temps,
next guy.
given how bad our cooling is.
Car behind is Norris. He's 0.5 behind. 19 laps to go. Next car is Snowden. Car behind is Norris.
Particularly long VSC. Should go racing again by the end of this lap, I think. We'll have a full battery for Norris. I'm not sure about Max. I'm worried about that engine temp. Actually, considering our engine cooling isn't great at the moment, we're waiting on the extra side pod
Energies are
upgrade
good.
to help improve our engine cooling a bit more.
Okay.
Still not going back to green flag conditions yet. Well, there we go. And we did just about get a full battery into Max.
Yeah, might need to pick up the pace a little bit. DRS is enabled.
So we need to push.
So the problem with
Mode
running
push,
our
please,
cars,
mode push.
you know, in back-to-back order like this, is that the second car is always going to get a lot of extra heat, both on tyres and engine. That's why I'm not really pushing with Norris at the moment. Just trying to get a little bit of a gap between the two of them, help cool Norris's car down a touch, keep his tyre temps under control. I want to try and get Max through first and then get him comfortable before we start pushing Norris and get him hopefully onto the back and through on Yuki Tsunoda. He is proving a bit stubborn here. And now neither of our drivers has got the DRS. And Tsunoda is pulling away if he's pushing his tyres. Bearman very close to Norris, but without a massive tyre advantage, he's going to struggle to get through. We've got a lot of full battery still to defend with. And we could just drop the hammer when we need to and go after Max again.
Charge on.
Yes, Tsunoda's gone. Just have to keep the gaps as they are for now.
You're doing a good job on tires.
Yeah, okay.
Bearman's having a look.
Use the energy.
Time to
Yeah, confirm.
drop the hammer, so to speak. This is going to be tricky. Bearman's going to have the DRS. Using our battery, we've got fuel push going on as well. We might be able to hang it around for a move in the... Oh, he's tucked in, look, damn it. I was going to say, we might have been able to hold it in the inside line.
Charge button on.
Apparently not.
Yep, confirm.
Let's go have a look at Ferradura, though. Gets up the inside and is still holding that. And gets through. Going to have to use that battery, or else we're going to go through that all over again.
And more energy available.
Confirm.
$15 laps to go. Max took a couple of tenths out of Yuki.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Confirm.
Where is Piastri? He's still behind Charles Leclerc, who is all over the back of Hadjar at the moment.
Race Verstappen.
There's
Gap to
Oscar.
Verstappen in front is 1.8.
How are the tyres looking? We could push them, but I really don't want to push them too soon. We might need to, though, at this rate. Norris's tyres starting to overheat slightly. All right for now. Oh, that's a lockup. A big lockup for Hadjar.
And we need to try to avoid...
Gets underway again and just rejoins the track in front of his teammate.
Here's the replay. Look at the McLaren driver here. Well, things are okay at this stage. Struggling with the car. What caused
Antonelli was so lucky he didn't get hit quite badly just there. And that put Oscar into the points. Right, let's turn our attention back to Max. Yeah, we are going to have to push the tyres, I think, with Max. Because we can't push the battery.
Use.
We'll push Norris's tyres as well. And his battery. And just see if we can break Norris away from Bearman on this lap.
TRS?
Yeah, confirm.
Gap is over a second.
What about tyres?
I just don't want him to get too close to the back of Max, because that's going to push his temps even further up.
And charge button on, please.
Yeah, confirm.
He's into DRS range.
Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm.
And Gasly has got through on Bearman. That was always a potential outcome of leaving Bearman isolated like that. A necessary evil.
And charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Gasly's tyres will definitely have taken some punishment anyway from being stuck behind Bearman for so long. See what Max does across the line. 12.9. We only took 3.5 tenths out of Yuki. We've got some battery left. Let's just go for it on this lap. See if we can get onto the back of him.
Okay.
Gasly's closing in on the back of Lando.
Gap to him, 0.9. Continue, keep going. Tire phase update when you can.
Tires okay.
So
Antonelli's got through on Bearman as well.
Confirm.
So all of a sudden Bearman, having lost our DRS, has dropped 2 places in quick succession.
Your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just
We've got no battery left for Max, but we have closed the gap to just about 1.4 seconds. Again, we didn't take a huge amount of time out of him last time round. We took more this time. We took 6 tenths almost, 5.5 tenths. We got Norris back into Max's DRS, just away from Gasly.
1.0 now. Continue like this.
Leclerc with an issue.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
Come on, Max. Get that gap down. It's going back up again. I think Tsunoda might have us. We're overheating our tyres.
Cool your tyres.
Okay. And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Confirm.
I would say this is really useful information for the race, but of course the race is going to be under very different conditions. It's going to be a very, very wet race. But if the track temperatures are still relatively high, which I think they might be, not 48 degrees hot, but certainly hot, then at minimum we are probably going to have to run a second set of inters. Depending on the conditions. You know, if it's wets, full wets from a lot of the race, we might have to run 2 sets of wets. I just think the deg and the thermal wear in particular is going to be quite high.
Gap to him 0.9. Gap to him 1.7.
I think what we might do is tell Max to move over and let Norris have a go after him.
On.
Yep.
So I think Max has got the legs
Charge on.
to get Yuki.
Okay.
Gasly has just closed that gap back down again. Norris has just been sat dutifully in P3 right now, holding position,
So gap to Verstappen
not
in front.
pushing Max. I think we're going to have to change that. Maybe sooner rather than later. 8 laps to go. Not close enough this time round. It might be by the end of the lap. Antonelli hasn't pulled away in the same way that Gasly did from Ollie Bearman. Ollie Bearman's still hanging on to him.
And charge button on.
Confirm.
We are 0.7 ahead of Gasly now.
Gasly's closing fast. He might well have an attempt. No, not close enough into Decida. Interestingly enough, though, we've got Max in harvest mode and Norris in just top up, and he's not able to close the gap up yet to get that DRS back. It's a little bit puzzling. Thought he'd been tucked up very nicely by now, and
Gasly behind
it's
with
another
DRS.
look for Gasly. Another look shut down. This time, I think we get the DRS.
Confirm.
Yes, we do.
Charge on.
Okay.
Charge on.
Yeah. Okay. And tires are good to push.
Not quite getting the launch out of the corners that I was expecting. Aston will get that DRS again. Norris will miss it again. But he's got a good slipstream run this time.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Not a good lap for Yuki that time round. A 1:14.0.
Okay.
5 laps to go. Yuki's
Energies
set
are
of tyres starting
Yeah,
to
confirm.
struggle a little bit, I wonder.
We're okay to push a bit harder if you can.
And charge button on.
Okay.
You can push.
Engine temp 122 degrees now for Norris. That's not ideal. I think he just missed the DRS again. It's another bad lap for Tsunoda.
Got to Verstappen behind 0.8.
That's come down to 2 seconds. All of a sudden, Tsunoda is not looking quite so secure anymore.
And we need to look after these tires.
Confirm.
So at the moment you are P3. In front we have Verstappen 0.7.
And that's it for the spare fuel.
Get back to
That
doing
will at
the
least
big
help
now.
with engine temps
Yeah, okay.
for both drivers, but in particular for Norris.
Tire phase update when you can.
Getting closer with rears.
Once again, Norris is a little sluggish out of the corner, but gets back into the slipstream again and gets the DRS kind of back again. Going into the center S. The gap to Tsunoda now is almost 1
But the
second.
car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
It's George struggling behind Lindblad. Trying to find a way through, but some kind of issue. Has he got the move done? No, he hasn't. There you go. Look at that. Gap is 1 second. 3 laps to go, and we have a ton of tyre life still. And now
Norris
we
right
are
behind.
really going to start to spend it.
1.1 seconds behind. Just do your best.
Trying not to spend the battery until we've got a little less than 2
And
laps
we
to
need
go,
to increase pushing status.
so that we'll have enough for the
We
rest
don't
of
need
the
to worry
race.
about management on these tyres, just push it.
There we go. Max is very much in DRS range now.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Charge on. One lap to go at the end of this one.
All right, when we get Anna to see the logo, the Largo, sorry, that's when we'll have a push with Norris. There we go.
And you can use all the boost bar.
And we've got a yellow flag.
Confirm.
Mini's had an issue. Has he run wide or spun? Oh, he's spun at turn 1.
Yellow flag, yellow flag.
Yeah, just a big snap of oversteer on the exit of the corner there. All right, time to
Mode
attack.
push.
left Gasly behind.
Race is long.
It's now going to be a straight fight between us and Tsunoda.
There's one more lap after this one.
Okay.
Might need to intervene to try and get through.
You can do this. Cool the car.
Max does get through. Norris not able to make his little lunge,
Confirm.
but he's got enough battery, or should have enough battery,
Yeah,
to keep the pressure on until the end of the lap, and then it'll be just a sprint to the line. And Max break the 1 second, denied the DRS to Yuki. Yes, he can, just.
Next guy in front is
Oh,
Tsunoda.
Yuki's so quick on the exit there. This is going to be tight. Can we get him across the line?
Keep going.
No, we can't.
It really means so much to the team. Thank you very much.
Nice.
What the result is.
Max Verstappen with an amazing display here.
What an outcome. They can go into the race full of confidence now.
And check at flag.
So unlucky
So
in the end for Norris. Couldn't quite get him through as well. Gasly will finish in P4, Antonelli P5. Bearman stuck to the back of Antonelli like glue
And into the pit lane.
after Antonelli got through. Piastri did get past Charles Leclerc at the end, but for 7th place. Leclerc will take that final point.
A terrific sprint win for Max Verstappen here today.
And what a well-deserved P1 finish that was. Absolutely outstanding.
So then, confirmation of the sprint results. It is another sprint win for Max. I think that's 3 from 3 now in the sprints for Verstappen. Tsunoda second. Some good performance out of him today. Norris in third, Gasly fourth, Antonelli fifth, Bearman in sixth. Oscar 4 places gained to take 7th place in the end for 2 more points. Leclerc in 8th. Russell misses out on points, as does Lindblad. Schumacher gets up to P11. Hadjar did not have the best of races, thanks to that lock-up at turn 1, dropping him down a few places. Then it was Doohan, Lawson, Albon, Pourchaire, Bortoletto, Colapinto, Fornaroli, Drogovic, Mini, and of course Sainz retiring, hitting the barriers at turn 10 and bringing out that VSC. Not a great weekend for him so far, but still a chance to score some points. Up next is qualifying.
We're moving on now to the all-important qualifying session.
The ups and downs of Interlagos mean a full-speed qualifying lap can be hard on both driver and car. Sector 2's technical corners demand high downforce to make a quick lap.
If we could just talk about Mick Schumacher for a second. Given his recent form, how's he going to be going into this session?
They had an excellent performance in practice, setting a solid lap time. They must be feeling confident. But confidence doesn't necessarily mean success in Formula One.
There's not much left to say, so let's get into it.
So it's going to be dry throughout quali and potentially quite hot as well. Now we can make that slight amendment to Max's car. Just give him a little extra click of toe. There we go. And that should now get that car to 100%. We are going to start on the scrubbed soft tyres from sprint quali. Let's see how we get on.
So now we have green light.
So Bortoletto will beat us out onto the track. But we should be able to beat his time. Let's have a look. It's going to cool off as the session progresses. It's going to start quite warm. Let's take a look at the track details. Not seeing huge changes or fluctuations in grip or rubber just yet. But that will change as the track
Try to work on the
gets
front
more and more
tires.
laps on it.
Confirm.
And the cooler temperatures that we might potentially see in a few minutes will certainly help with the softer tyre compounds, which will not last very long in the current conditions. Evening, Gina.
So you're in a good position.
We might not actually beat Bortoletto's time thinking about it because we are on very scrubbed tyres. He'll probably be out on brand news. Let's watch Bortoletto
And track is clear, track
on
clear.
this opening run.
Charge button off for last corner.
You should have no traffic issues.
Wayne, have you heard anything from Farah yet?
Good to go, good to go.
I still haven't. Right, 18.8 in the first sector. Let's see what we can do. 18.9. And an 18.9. All right, we've found some time in the middle sector over Bortoletto. He goes top with a 110.8. Norris goes slightly quicker, 110.7. Max coming up to the line now as well. Goes into second place, just behind Lando.
Stay negative on the delta.
Move our attention to George. He's passed both of our cars now. Quickest so far in the first sector. Got to get past Bortoletto next. Welcome back up, Joe. So this is a really good looking lap from Russell. Gasly goes top, but he's about to get usurped. By over half a second. And that is Leclerc with an incident somewhere.
And stop on the marks.
He's clipped the barrier.
I'm in. Make sure you're limit.
Has he just dinged his wing? No.
No.
I bet he's done his underfloor then.
No.
He'll abort that lap, I'm sure. Yes, he does. So, Russell top, Lawson's up to P2. Here comes Kimi. He goes P3. Let's get some proper tyres on this time. And hope that one run will be enough to get us through on these tyres. Mini starting his lap now. Porsche is through the first sector. The end of the middle sector and Junsao, and that is
Right
Mini
then,
running wide.
Take a look now. Right, so this was the fourth corner. And wide they go, leaving the racing line. But all being well and fingers crossed, no lasting damage to the car.
Won't help him. Won't hurt him too badly. Porsche goes second with a very nice final sector there. Right, let's take a look at the track map. There you can see we are getting more grip on the track, and then there'll be a big spike of rubber and grip at the very end of the session. But a lot of traffic as well. We will go earlier than that. As Sainz tucks in behind his teammate, who carries on and gets in the way of one of the Toyotas. It's got to be Felipe. As Lawson is in the pit lane right now. This is a good looking lap for Arvid Lindblad. Has moved the goalposts a little bit further. A 110.005. We are very close to our first 109. It won't be Drugovich. He goes into P3. Charles Leclerc's coming out for a second attempt to get a time on the board, or at least a competitive time. We've got one of the Ferraris coming out as well. Is that Schumacher? It is. Schumacher's coming out.
So watch out for the next car. A reminder for brake temperature.
Yeah.
Bearman goes purple in sector 1. A little bit of traffic to get past, but looks like he got through pretty cleanly.
Go for it.
And his sights on a push lap in front of him. Not the best middle sector for Bearman.
Good to go.
Wait for traffic.
Sights up to P4, just ahead of Porsche. Bearman goes to P7. Colapinto about to set a time, but it doesn't look especially quick. And it's only good enough for P12. Through goes Max. Sainz gets clear. Norris is closed right up onto the back of Charles Leclerc. Russell has gone purple in Sector 1. And there's traffic ahead. Didn't look good.
We've seen it.
Not the greatest middle sector for George. I think he might have hit some traffic, maybe. Who else is with him? Schumacher. Maybe not. Max improves to P7. Mick goes P6. Norris has not had a good middle sector, stuck behind Leclerc. Got a nice toe across the line, though.
Yep.
And that improves him up to P9. 500 slower than Max's time.
P9 at the moment.
Last sector.
I don't know if that's going to be enough for us to be safe. We're still waiting for a time from Oscar and Tsunoda. Hadjar, Doohan, Albon and Fornaroli. Hadjar and Doohan are on a lap already. Not the best first sector for Jack Doohan. He isn't too far behind Hadjar. There he is. Track temperature has not shifted at all. I think it's just going to stay glued at 48 degrees by the look of it. All right, across the line for Hadjar, it is good enough for P11. Doohan only good enough for P17. What about Fornaroli and Albon? There's Albon.
Yeah, I'm in.
Watch your speed in the pit lane.
I think we
Okay,
might
stop on the
need to run
marks.
again. We'll prep them,
Land the lane.
but hopefully we won't have
Speed
to.
limiter
But we
on.
might need to. Albon
We
splits
stop in
us.
front of the garage.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to. Fornaroli isn't looking especially quick here. He might get ahead of Antonelli. Nope, he barely gets out of the drop zone. 6.5 tenths away. All right, Oscar on track does a purple first sector. A little bit of traffic as Bortoletto moves out of his way. Doesn't look like it's hurt him though. 34.9 in the middle sector. Antonelli had a really bad first sector, but he's still found a small improvement. Moves above Hadjar. Just. And across the line for Oscar, and he instantly goes top. All right, let's run these tyres again. We get bumped again as Yuki goes up to P4. Porsche coming through.
Reminder for brake
That
temperature.
is Mini,
Okay.
and Porsche is not far behind him. There's Porsche and Bearman. on his next run as well. And here comes Gasly. Everyone's getting through, look. Just going to put Norris close to the back of Verstappen.
So you're in a good position.
I don't think we are, because all those cars that just came through, we're going to have to try and get past on our laps. So
And good to
I'm
go.
actually going to abort our runs and send them back out again.
Watch for traffic. Will be mode push for last corner.
For some reason, Max felt the need to pull over and let Norris through in the rush to get back to the pits. I'm not quite sure why. Gasly is up to 13th, but I don't know if he's safe. I mean, he's improved his time. He's still P16. No, he's back up to P16. He's ahead of Hadjar.
Stop in front of the garage.
Leclerc's in trouble with that damage. Norris is now only in P14. He is not safe at all. More cars crossing the line on their push laps. Ugh. Yuki Tsunoda giving a tow to Liam Lawson.
Any possible.
Yeah, Lawson's got a damaged underfloor, we think, and it's not helping him at all.
Yep, all good.
He's in real danger of not getting out of this session.
Coming past you now. Brake warming reminder.
Okay.
Middle sectors, average. It's all going to come down to this final sector. Lawson's now going to get a nice tow up to the line.
For last corner.
Gap is good.
Lawson stays in
Good to
P10.
go,
Leclerc
push.
stays in P18, and that is Leclerc out. Right, Norris has somebody tucked up behind him. It's Lindblad starting his lap. So we're going to give Lindblad a tow, but he's already safely through. Just hope he doesn't interfere with Norris's lap too much. No improvement for Norris in the opening sector, but it's still a decent time, 18.7. Max has found a slight improvement to do an 18.7. Middle split coming up. 34.8. Better. Is it going to be good enough? Oh, that's a lift. That's a big lift. Norris is in real danger now. This is not going to improve as a result. Neither's Lindblad, but he was safe anyway. Max gets up to P7.
We're too slow.
Hadjar is improving. And he goes to P7 now. That puts us down to P15. Colapinto's out on a lap, so is Fornaroli. There's only two left.
know yet.
They're still running. Oh, and Antonelli. Antonelli's running as well.
Yeah, confirm.
And he is not able to get us. He is only through by 1,000th of a second at the moment.
To be honest.
Doesn't look like Fornaroli's going to improve. He's lost a lot of time in that middle sector. Colapinto, I don't think, is going to improve enough. He barely improves. He stays P20. So we've only just scraped through there. P15 for Lando. P8 for Max. He was a bit more comfortable. This is one of those circuits, again, where very small margins can make the difference. And there is an example of that. Antonelli survives over Mini by 1,000th of a second to get through. And so Mini will be eliminated along with Charles Leclerc, his teammate Fornaroli, Franco Colapinto, and the 2 Audis are out as well. Both Bortoletto and Dillon. Okay, into Q2. There we go. Max's car is fixed to 100% now. We will run these scrub tyres for our first run. 48 degrees. Look, that track temperature just seems locked at 48. It got a little uncomfortable there at the end of the session. Let's see if we can be a little bit better off this time around.
And track is clear, track clear.
All right, so
Norris
will be up first.
We're looking good. Mode push, good to go.
So he will have a clean lap opportunity. Just about, I think we'll get out ahead of Lawson. Max will have to find his way past Lawson, but hopefully we'll get him into Desida de Lago. There is Lawson just exiting the pits now. We'll see Max swing around maybe. Nope, not quite. There's Max. We'll have to get him on the exit of turn 4. Through turn 5. That's where we'll get him before we hit Ferradura. Max slightly quicker than Lando, but we're talking tiny, tiny margins. And we are both quicker than Porsche, who now has to find his way past Alex Albon. Oh, he's still behind him through Pinarino. That's a really bad place to be stuck behind someone. He'll get him into turn 10. Let's see, Norris is top with a 1:10.5, Max 0.2 quicker. As Lawson comes through to start his lap, let's see what Porsche's time is. He lost half a second in the middle sector. Good chunk of that will be down to Albon. And he's 7/10 slower. So he would have been somewhere around Norris, by the look of it. Maybe just ahead of Norris. Again, scrub tyres that had done 2 runs previously. So that was run number 3 on that set of tyres for both of our guys. Very good first sector for Albon. He did get a nice toe across the line at the start of his lap. Porsche jumping out the way as soon as he crossed the line. I think we might have just held up Lawson a little bit in the final sector. 16.6, that's not too bad.
And we need speed
He's
limiter
quicker
on.
than Teo.
Speed limiter on. Stop in front of the garage.
I'm in.
And limiter off, please. Stop where the guys are, and P1.
And a purple middle sector, sorry, purple final sector for Albon puts him between Max and Lando. 1/10 behind Max. Right, new tyres. Going to go straight back out again. It's a decent run for Yuki. My guess is he's probably using some scrubs as well on this run.
Watch for traffic.
Goes purple in the final sector. He slots in behind Albon and into third, just ahead of Lando.
Okay.
We're now both drivers onto the track. Gasly's on his first attempt. Lindblad and Drugovich on their first runs as well. Oh, there we go. That's a good middle sector. Easily the fastest of the day so far. Well, fastest of the session, sorry, for Drugovich.
And charge button off. Charge button off for last corner.
Okay, gap is good. Good to go.
And he does go top. So, we are going to have to get our way past Lindblad and Drugovich. And that's Oscar coming out the pits as well. We might have to get past him, but I don't know. So who's at first? It's Norris at first. Get past Lindblad. We've got a yellow flag.
Okay, at the moment there's yellow flag.
Spin for Gasly.
Okay. I don't know if it was the wind, but just lost the rear on exit.
That was at the end of his flying lap, so he set his time. It's identical to Norris's time. Norris getting held up. Middle sector for Max. Should be quicker. And it is by 4/10. No hold up the hill. That's good. So Norris goes top with a 1:10.2.
So at the moment you are P1.
Max is 4.5 tenths quicker. Max is safe.
Currently
What
P1.
about Norris? Oscar's looking very quick in that first sector. has set his first time, and it's not good enough to get through at the moment. Russell coming up to the line. There was that little lift there for Oscar. Didn't hurt him too much if it was. Russell is not through. He's had a bad lap somewhere, mostly in the first sector. Look, 99 in the first sector. And Oscar's only good enough for second. Bearman's popped up into third. We've got no engine noise and apparently no steering for Isaac either, as he immediately goes off the second we click on him.
Stop in front of the garage.
So we killed his engine and his steering ability there.
Now this happens down at turn 8. And the car just locks. By that point,
That's technically
it was
turn
just
9.
too late.
That's Pinarino. And this will be an aborted lap, I think. Very weird to hear an engine glitch out at a circuit that isn't Vegas like this. It's happened occasionally, but not very often. Yeah, Hadjar into the pits to abort the run. Nobody pushing. Yes, Albon's out there pushing at the moment. Did not improve in the first sector. Everyone else is either on an in lap, an out lap, or just in the pits. Some Porsche just out there, as is Yuki on out laps. There is Yuki Tsunoda exiting the pit lane now. There is Porsche. Yeah, it's not a great lap for Albon. He might get a little bit of an improvement up to sort of Norris and Drugovich area. No, he doesn't even do that. He basically finds, what, 22 thousandths of a second? That was it. We're not going to send Max back out, but we are going to prep Max. Prep Lando just in case, because I'm not sure he will be safe. That is Albon on an in lap, Lawson in front of him on an out lap, and behind them is Teo. I think they will start, well, Lawson will start to push any second. There we go, Lawson has started pushing. Albon might get in Porsche's way a little bit here. Definitely a better time for Porsche. This will get him on to sort of Norris territory. And he gets ahead thanks to a very good final sector. Tsunoda, Antonelli and Lawson all improving in the first sector. Let's send out Norris now. Tsunoda goes P2. Kimi. Kimi P3. That's another car pushing Norris further down. Lawson looking to close out his lap. Lindblad has not been able to get through. Lawson has, and there's another car ahead of Norris now. We've got a yellow flag out there. Is that a lock-up for someone? Schumacher running a little wide
And it was Mick Schumacher involved.
into Descida de Lago.
That's... Oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted. Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
That will probably scupper his chances of improving. Split is just before that wide moment, so it's going to affect his middle split.
And track is clear, track clear.
Bearman looking very, very quick there. Hadjar's on a much better lap this time round, as Norris starts pushing as he comes out of Junsao. Hadjar's up to P8. That is another position lost for Norris. Russell's definitely going to improve. Gasly has had a terrible first sector. Gasly might not make it through. In fact, I'm pretty sure Gasly won't make it through here. But Norris is now on that elimination line. Finds a small improvement in the first sector. Gasly is out. George Russell's improving enough to bump us out of the top 10. So we need a good lap here from Lando to bump Bearman. George goes P2. We're in the drop zone, but this is a better lap from Lando. Up to the line, 16.7. It's not the cleanest final sector, and it's not enough.
At the moment, P11.
Norris is out.
I can't keep up with the guys ahead.
Albon might even bump us even further. I don't think Sainz will. No, he doesn't. Can Albon hurt us? Oscar crosses the line, improves his time just, but not his position. He finds 24 thousandths of a second. Up to the line for Alex. Is he going to get past Norris? Is he going to eliminate Bearman? He does. Bearman is out. Norris dropped down to 12th. So, eliminated at the end of Q2 is Ollie Bearman. Lando Norris, unfortunately. Mick Schumacher, Carlos Sainz, Arvid Lindblad, and Pierre Gasly. And once again, the margins between getting through and getting knocked out, very, very fine indeed. Into Q3. I was really hoping we could get a really good qualifying for both cars because of that heavy rain. It's going to make overtaking very difficult on race day. But unfortunately, it's going to be a difficult afternoon for Norris. And we said P3 or better for him. Right, let's see how good a qualifying we can have for Mr. Verstappen. Let's send him out.
5, 4, 3.
Are you still with us,
2,
Victor?
1.
I don't think I ever actually answered your question from earlier. I think I started to, and then something happened, and I got sidetracked and forgot about it.
So you're in a good position.
Really don't want to give a slipstream to Hadjar here, but there's not much we can do to avoid
It's
it.
currently good.
Still pushing
go,
so
go.
quick, so early on this lap. If anyone's capable of breaking that slipstream, it will be Max. And he is a couple of tenths quicker. Yeah, your earlier question about what do I think about Max retiring? I don't think I ever actually answered that question, did I? I think unless some pretty substantial rule changes come in, either not necessarily this year, but at the end of the season for next season, I can see Max exercising the break clause in his contract and disappearing. Whether he does a full break and just leaves Red Bull entirely, or if he just leaves Red Bull's Formula One program and represents Red Bull elsewhere, I'm not sure what kind of tie-in there is other than the Red Bull logo and being branded all over Max's car, you know, basically racing in a Red Bull livery, but in GT racing. But maybe Max will take a year or two out and go GT racing. I think he wants to do the Le Mans 24-hour at some point. We might see him do that. Who knows if he's going to enter the Indy 500. I imagine that at some point he'll want to have a crack at that. But yeah, we might see Max leave at the end of the season, and as I say, whether he leaves Formula One completely or whether he stays contracted to Red Bull and represents them in a different motorsport. Because Red Bull have, you know, a lot of ties to a lot of different racing categories, not just Formula One and the lower categories in single-seater like Formula 2, Formula 3, and so on. But I know they have sponsorship deals, if not, you know, maybe an equity stake in some teams in different disciplines. So, like I said, how involved are they in his GT team? Maybe he goes to Australia and does V8 supercars.
Stop on the marks.
Maybe he tries his hand at NASCAR. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'll go NASCAR, but I mean, you can't really rule anything out. I think Max just wants to race for the sake of racing, and there isn't really a lot of that going on at the moment because it's not pure racing. It's very much a battery formula at the moment. He's kind of grumbled a bit and hinted a little bit vaguely in the past, but I mean, after Suzuka and even during the Suzuka weekend, it's been the most frank sort of comments from him about, yeah, maybe I do walk away from Formula One. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him leave Formula One at the end of the season. As I say, if it may be that he just takes a year out and then reassesses and maybe comes back for the final year of his Red Bull contract in 28. So maybe they stick Yuki back in the car for a season alongside Hadjar. Or maybe they move Lindblad up, but I can't see them doing that if Max is going to come back the following year. So because that would then mean pushing him back down again through potentially no fault of his own. He could be doing really well, and I don't think they're going to bump Hadjar down. And I don't really think it is. I think maybe his mindset is maybe being enhanced, shall we say, by the current rules, but I don't think that they are the driving factor, in terms of, the car's performance at the moment. I think it's genuinely down to how the rules are laid out and how the cars have to be driven this year, irrespective of the performance of his current car. He really hates the fact that he has to lift off so early into corners and do all the super clipping. It's, you can't go for those all-out laps anymore in qualifying because it's slower than if you drive to a specified delta and let the battery and the AI within the brain of the computer, distribute that battery for you. Unless something significant changes with how power is distributed from the battery and how much power can be saved, yeah, I think we might be seeing Max leave at the end of the year. Evening, Daniel. All right, Russell is up to second. Max has been bumped down to fifth. We're only 2/10 away. Porsche has crossed the line into seventh place, and that's everybody on their way back to the pits or already in the pits now. And Oscar goes early for his second run. We used scrub tyres in that first run. We're going to use brand new tyres for this run. But given how tight the field's going to be in this session, I would not be at all surprised if A, we don't get pole, and B, we don't even get the front row. We might not even make the first 2 or 3 rows. Another thing to consider with Max is he might even take a professional eSIM racing for Red Bull for a season as well, because we know he loves his sim racing. Maybe he drives a Red Bull car in the Paris-Dakar. Who knows exactly what's on his driving bucket list, but there's a lot of different races he wants to do. That would be
so watch out for the next car.
A big achievement as well, winning the Paris-Dakar.
Yeah, okay.
Driver there. Right, up to the line for Oscar. He's found a little bit of time in the middle sector. Is he going to improve overall? Yes, he is. Not by a huge amount, but he found a bit more. He found what?
Clear. Okay,
37 thousandths of a second, I think. Right, we need a really good lap from Max here. Lawson's had a really strong first sector, although not the greatest middle sector. Not even a personal best in the first sector. Still quick though, 18.6. It's going to come down to the middle sector and the final sector. Drogovic goes purple in the final set in the first sector. Antonelli's middle sector is pretty good. Max goes purple. We might have a shot at pole here. We might have a shot at pole. Antonelli up to the line. Goes second by 24 thousandths. Max goes top by nearly 0.2 of a second. What can Felipe do? He needs a mighty middle final sector here because he lost 0.3 to Max in the middle. It's not good enough for even third place. He misses out by 7 thousandths to Antonelli. Fourth place. Russell looking to improve. Porsche crosses the line in and gets up to 7th. George cannot get past Drogovic. He misses out on getting past by 5 thousandths of a second. He stays in P5. Here comes Tsunoda. Everyone's sectors are so close, look. He goes up to second place. He bumps Oscar off the front row. That could be critical for the race here. And that's everybody done. No one else is on a lap. Everyone's either on the way back to the pits now or already made it there. So Max will take pole position and get that bonus point ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. Oscar in third. Kimi Antonelli will line up alongside him on row 2 in fourth. Then it's Felipe Drogovic from George Russell, Porsche, Albon, Lawson and Hadjar. There's your top 10. No penalties need to be applied. But does anybody need to start from the pit lane? Maybe, maybe not. Let's check that amended grid, shall we?
There's a terrific atmosphere here in Interlagos as the drivers prepare for 71 laps of scintillating action.
Brazil loves a home racer, and none more so than the brilliant Ayrton Senna. His victory here at Interlagos in 1991, fighting a broken gearbox, is one of the most emotional moments in F1 history.
The Sao Paulo track is beautifully designed to present an enticing challenge for teams and drivers alike. Between medium-speed S-corners, hill climbs, and the high-speed section after Junsao, this circuit calls for cars to have a balanced setup to succeed here. The excitement is building, there's electricity in the air, but there's no surprise in that. It's race day.
Oh, we're going to start at 1.96. So we're starting on Inters. Let's see. Anyone got any issues? No. As we were. I wasn't sure if maybe Leclerc might need a pit lane start if he didn't have any more underfloors, but yeah, he's starting P18. So, yeah, bit of work to do for Lando. Starting in P12, it's going to be inters to wets to full wets again. Let's take a look at the predicted weather. So there might even be a little dip here where inters are needed. In fact, I would say there's a high likelihood that we're going to have a 5 to 7 lap period where inters are going to be the right tyre. And it might be worth boxing and putting them on. I don't know. We'll judge it as it happens, I think. Starting on the inters, definitely, and then a fairly early switch. Max thinks lap 9. Might be a touch earlier than that, we'll see. What does Norris think? Norris also goes lap 9. And then a slight variance on the second stop there. Lap 52 versus lap 55, but essentially the same. Evening, Mike. We were literally just talking about that about 5 minutes ago, yeah. I am going to take 3 laps of fuel out of the car. We're going to go very aggressive off the start. We should recover fuel quite easily in the wet. There we go. And with that, we are ready. I'm going to quickly disappear to the bathroom, so you've got about 2 minutes if you want to go put the kettle on or grab a quick snack from somewhere. I will return shortly and get the Grand Prix underway. Alright, back from my own little pit stop there. Right, it's time to get the Brazilian Grand Prix underway. Let's send them to the grid.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race.
They won't be comfortable back there in 18. This will be a real test for the driver and the car.
Ooh, starting on full wets.
Right, let's get to it then. And
Wonder how many others are going to do that.
It's time for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And it's lights out.
That's a really good start for Yuki Tsunoda. Piastri's on full wets. Antonelli's trying to go around him. It's got him. We're going straight on the attack against Yuki Tsunoda. But has to tuck in and cede the place. We are stuck behind Lawson here. He's on the wrong tyre. Lawson's tyres are going to burn up so quickly here. So are Oscar's.
Yeah, confirm.
How are the conditions?
Lawson's defending like crazy as well. There we go. We got the traction through the corner. Oscar's down to 7th.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Okay.
Need to make the most of these tyres while we can.
Yeah, confirm.
That's Oscar in front. As Albon gets through, Hadjar is next to have a look, and we're right there too.
Confirm. Yeah, confirm. Confirm.
And through goes Isaac. And we follow through as well. Can we outbrake him into turn 1? Oh, he's got so much more speed there, but we get him on the brakes. And we get the move done. So that's 8th place now for Norris.
And just a reminder on your eyes.
We do not have long left on these tyres. They both think lap 9. Radar might be suggesting a little earlier than that.
Usage.
Yeah.
We're out of battery for Max.
Charge on.
We're out of battery for Norris as well.
Charge button on.
With he's up 4 places. Who else was it on wet? So Leclerc, who's down at the bottom of the grid now, and has got damage. Maybe that's engine damage then. Lawson and Piastri, they all started on the wet tyres, which aren't going to be good for another few laps yet. And they're going to get ruined with the track water level so low at the moment. There is the weather warning about the heavy rain coming, as Gasly's about to go around the outside of his teammate through turn 1 into the centre S. And he's got him. Piastri down to P15. Lawson in 17th, gets overtaken by Fordaroli. Mini's already onto the back of Piastri here. Couldn't get close enough for a look into Interlagos. Tries to go around the outside at 5, gets blocked.
Yes, braking really heavily here.
Into Ferradura. Can he go around the outside into 7? No, he can't. Nor turn 8 either. It's turn 9. Pinarino. And the water level's starting to creep up. 1.81. Norris not able to keep up with Albon. That might be because we're absolutely destroying the tyres temperature-wise at the moment. Let's try cooling them down and see if that helps. Mini still can't get through, and Fornaroli's right there as well now.
Yeah.
Remember, the straight line speed isn't affected too much. It's the corners where you really lose out when the tyres are the wrong type, the wrong compound. Because you lose a lot of entry grip and you lose a lot of exit grip. But if you're a very, very highly rated driver, as Piastri is the #1 rated driver in this game right now, and you drive very defensively, you can still make it very hard for a lesser driver to get past, as we are seeing here with Mini still stuck behind Oscar. But he's now 3 seconds behind his teammate. The track is still nowhere near good enough, but slowly starting to improve.
Okay.
Our pit windows are just open, and this time Mini gets up the inside with that better grip. And here comes Fornaroli. He's got a clean line, but cannot get the braking right. If he can get alongside into turn 4, then he should get the move done. And there we go. He does get himself ahead. And now that he's ahead, he should disappear off. Mini, having got by at the end of the previous lap, is already, 2 seconds clear. Norris starting to close back on Albon now that we've taken some temperature out of the tyres. Track now starting to get much wetter, much quicker. I think we're boxing on the next lap. Let's just shred what's left of these tyres.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Take a look at lap times. Leclerc did a 1:22.7, a 1:23. There's the difference. Look, nearly 4 seconds. Well, Colapinto across the line, 1:20.8. 1:22.7, so 2 seconds. Track definitely getting wetter. Question is there one more lap in it for Max? It's going up very fast. I think Max can go one more lap. I'm going to box Norris this lap, though. Just to try and avoid some of that pit lane chaos.
Yeah, confirm.
The track will come to him. What? Why didn't you box? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong car. Albon's in. There we go. Norris in as well. Does anyone else follow us in this lap?
Yeah, confirm.
No one else?
This lap.
Oh, an excellent stop. Can we jump Alex Albon in the pit lane?
And what's a white line on exit?
No, not quite. Not quite. We are going to be out behind Piastri, but Piastri's tyres are going to be absolutely destroyed in some regards here. Let's take a look at the lap history for Piastri and look at the tyre temps.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
So, tyre temps for Yeah, look at that. 92, 100, 104, 106, 105, 104, 103. That's us. Look at Piastri's tyres. 111, 21, 25, 27, 28, 127, 122. Yeah, those tyres will have taken an absolute beating already in just a short space of time.
Tsunoda boxed.
Max coming in.
I'm in.
And this is where
Box here is
everybody
very
else
slippery.
is like... Well, actually, no. I thought more would be in. Porsche and Russell have carried on. Hadjar and Sainz have carried on. Bearman's carried on. Only Schumacher in this lap. Along with Antonelli and Tsunoda. There we go. Doing a Piastri. Piastri's in for more wet tyres already. Why did he not just start on into Zen? Evening, Adrian. It's a good start, but it's not the point. So Norris is going to get out.
Okay, so P12.
Effectively P17. But there's a lot of cars in front now that need to stop. So he was P8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's now effectively, I think, a P5 on paper. Tsunoda's still, you know, technically leading this Grand Prix. Max still second. Antonelli close in third.
And tire temperatures are good.
It's very much already now too wet for the Inters.
Cool the car as much.
I cannot push. Something is strange.
Yeah, you're on the wrong tire, mate. That's the problem. It's not, but... All right, Gasly into the pits. If Fornaroli wanted to box, we made that kind of impossible by getting our car alongside him like that. And there you see how much more grip we've got into the braking zone. So Norris is already through. Leclerc's in for another set of inters, another set of wets as well.
Okay.
Albon being held up by teammate Colapinto at the moment, who not only has the wrong compound of tyre on, he also has that fault as well. Ooh, Pinarino. Now heading down into Jinsao.
Use the energy.
I expect Colapinto to dive into the pits here. No, he doesn't. He stays out. Why? Why are they staying out?
So at the moment you are P15. In front we have
Oh, Max is already through. There we go. So Colapinto is overtaken.
Gap to him 2.2.
Let's get him up the inside here in the braking zone. Ah, nearly.
Yeah, fine.
Come on, Norris. Ah, God damn it.
Charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
So Yuki's being held up by Lindblad. That's going to give Max a chance to close that gap back up again. Russell's into the pits. Is this the lap the Colapinto boxes? He's lost 3 seconds to Albon on that lap, holding us up. Tsunoda's still on Lindblad. Max trying to chase him down. We get out ahead of George Russell.
Confirm.
No way through. Come on, Colapinto, get out of the way, you slow motherfucker. That's how frustrated I am. I'm dropping the big bombs. Not just an F-bomb, but a big bomb.
Cool the car.
Yeah, okay.
You've got the pace.
Okay.
And more energy available.
Confirm.
Hadjar's into the pits.
I'm pushing as much as I can.
Lindbergh's into the pits. That'll free up
All right,
Max.
let's concentrate.
This time,
This focus is a long race.
we've got him in the braking zone at turn 1, surely. Yeah, swooping on through. We'll get out ahead of Hadjar as well. He's side by side with us. There we go, we just got past him.
And Charles Baton on.
Max has caught Ollie Bearman.
Cool. Yeah.
Charge on.
Every time we struggle like this to get past somebody, it just gives Tsunoda a chance to try and wriggle away a bit more. Fortunately for us, he is stuck behind Sainz at the moment.
So mode push.
Okay.
Right, Drugovic, the home hero, boxes from the lead. He will have lost a lot of time to all the other wet runners. Norris will get through. Oh, will it? Yes, he has got through. There's Drugovic. Schumacher will get him as well. He'll tuck in behind Mick Schumacher. So he's out of the top 10. Still just in the points, though, in P11. Tsunoda now is past Sainz. Max is already on to Sainz.
Yeah.
And we get up the inside at Jinsao. Very nice. There we go. So Max is through. Tsunoda up against Porsche. Porsche staying out. Sainz is in. We've got a yellow flag out there.
You are currently P3. Tsunoda ahead of you.
That's a lockup
Let's
for
take a look at
George.
the replay. Now, this happened as
And
they
I'm wondering
arrived
if
at turn
the
12.
AI knows something I don't about the weather, if that's why they've stayed out in the
There goes
inters.
the
It's
steering.
off the
To be
track
fair,
goes
though,
George.
even the best drivers in the world are going to struggle when the track's like this.
Let's let Gasly through.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Tyres decide to stick on. Was that wets?
Okay, charge on.
Still can't really tell from this angle. Yeah, that looks like wets. But the track is drying up again. A little bit. And wet tyres confirmed for Sainz. What is going on? No, you see, it should be getting higher and higher and higher. Of course, we know we can't trust this implicitly. It should give us a good kind of suggestion. Tsunoda's got through on Teo, and we have caught Teo already. But of course, we're now stuck behind them, and Tsunoda's scrambling away again. And Antonelli is right on the back of Max again. And up the inside, easy as you like, but we're back to being over 3 seconds behind Tsunoda again. Norris stuck behind Gabriele Mini. We need to get him through ASAP.
Nice work.
He is still in that net
so
P5 as things currently stand, with Porsche, Bearman and Mini still on those inters. And I have to say, I'm not quite sure why they're still out there on those inters.
Okay.
They're not quick, but they are still able to defend, and this is frustrating. Not being able to get through. It's leaving the possibility of us getting lunged. There you see Drugovich lunging up the inside of Schumacher. That gets him back into 9th.
DRS.
And he's already
Confirm.
piling the pressure onto the back of Lando here. We need to get side by side in the braking zone at Junstown.
Confirm.
And he doesn't. God damn it. Come on, Norris. Sort yourself out.
Continue
Get
like
the
this.
top 3 finish out of you here today.
Confirm.
Right, Bearman's into the pits. That's one less car to worry about. And Mini's into the pits. Finally. We're out of battery, though.
And just a reminder on DRS.
Yeah, confirm.
Porsche still out there, though.
Charge on.
Confirm.
Thought he was actually taking wets off there, but it's that double tyre glitch you sometimes get. But we saw the inters underneath. So Mini on the right tyres now. Bearman also on the right tyres. Those two are a long way back. Norris has lost so much time. Look at that. He was lapping 3 seconds a lap slower than the guys in clean air. Albon now is going to start lapping slowly unless he can get past Porsche quickly. Hopefully he can't.
Maybe slightly heavier in intensity.
And he does get around the outside, and he'll have the
And
much
try to
better
cool
grip
down the
through the
tires
centre
as much as
S.
possible.
And he gets
Yeah,
through.
confirm.
So he didn't lose
Your
too
tyres.
much. He lost about a second that last lap. And would have lost maybe a little bit at the beginning of this lap, but nothing like what we were losing. We did a 1:24.4, so immediately 3 seconds quicker once those two cars got out of our way. We should catch Porsche in the next couple of laps, assuming he doesn't box. If he boxes, he'll just clear himself out of the way for us, which would be nice. That would be the best thing for us. We don't have to get stuck behind him trying to punch through. We have at least got a little bit of a gap back to Antonelli again now. There's Oscar. Oscar is P12 right now, so just outside the points, behind the two McLarens. Hadjar in the last points position in 11th. Down to just 2 kilos of fuel deficit at the moment, and Porsche does dive into the pits for us. Thank you very much, Teo. That was a quick stop. Shame he couldn't do it 10 laps ago. You know, for Porsche. Charles Leclerc, having started on the wrong compound of wet tyres when he should have started on Inters, and destroyed that set and had to box at the same time we were boxing off Inters onto full wets for his second set of wets. Is now back into P18, so staying out that long really did not do Bearman, Mini, Colapinto or Porsche any good at all. Because if Leclerc can do 10 laps on the wrong compound of tyre, then come in to put the right compound of tyre on and get ahead of those guys, it speaks to just how long they stayed out. Are we actually closing down Tsunoda? Not on that last lap, but the gap is still under 3 seconds. Norris has taken a tiny bit of time out of Albon. We do have the ever-present attentions of Felipe Drugovich, who's having a really good home race so far in P6. Which is ironically worth 6 points if he can get there at the end of the Grand Prix.
We don't
start pushing the fuel again a little bit.
Okay.
Because we have been saving at a very quick rate, and the track's now starting to get wetter again.
Okay.
Teo Boxing has promoted Porsche into that final points position in 11th. We took about a 10th out of Albon there. We took about a 10th out of Yuki there.
P5. Next car in front is Albon.
So track should get up to about 6 mil, I think, around here. Might dip back down to around the 4.5-5 mark around here. That would just be an estimate. If it gets up to 5, we'll have to start pushing the tyres because they'll start to cool down. Track temperature, though, is still 41.3 degrees. It's still quite toasty for wet tyres. Starting to break away a little bit from Felipe. Pulled out a few tenths in on that lap. Closed the gap to Albon by another 4 tenths as well. And we took another 10th out of Tsunoda. He's going to be very hard to hunt down. And even harder to pass. To hit 5 mil water level on track as we end lap 22. There we go. 22 laps done then. Tsunoda leads Max by about 2.7 seconds. Actually lost a little bit of time on that lap. But, the gap's still staying around that same margin. Antonelli in third, then it's Albon in fourth. Norris in fifth, continues to chip away at Albon by about half a second a lap. Drugovich in sixth is starting to slip back a little bit now. Then it's Schumacher seventh, Gasly eighth. The two McLarens of Russell and Hadjar ninth and 10th. And Oscar in 11th has the final points position. Doohan, Lindblad, Sainz all close by as well. Then it's a couple of seconds back to Fornaroli. He is in clear air at the moment, in front and behind, as Bortoletto is 2 seconds back from him. He's got Lawson and Leclerc, Bearman and Pourchaire for company. Then about 4 seconds back to Mini in 21st, and at the back of the field and 5 seconds adrift, Franco Colapinto in the second Williams. Engine temps are slowly creeping up. Might turn them down in a second for a few laps. Let them cool down again. Save a bit more fuel. We're at a point where we're going to slowly, very slowly, potentially accrue a little bit more fuel loss. There you see Norris just briefly flicking back it to minus 1.9. But we should, if the track keeps getting wetter and gets up to about 6 mil, should get to a point where even pushing like this, we will slowly start to save fuel again. It might take a long time to gain a tenth of a kilo, but we're going to get there at some point. You can see that the tyre temps are starting to dip a touch from 80 back down again as the track's getting a little bit wetter. Not quite as drastic as it could be because we are pushing in the braking zones. As the engine temps hit 113 degrees, that's about as high as they can go before they start to overheat. So let's just cool them down again for a couple of laps.
Yeah, confirm.
Max still about 2.7 seconds behind Yuki Tsunoda.
We need to do more lifting.
Norris now about
increase by
4.5 seconds
10%.
behind Albon. We are catching him. And Drugovich now 2.5 seconds further back. Visibility is pretty poor in this overhead shot. Let's see what it's like in car. Just make out Albon there in the distance, turning into turn 4. And we have a yellow flag. Doohan has a whoopsie at turn 4. Is that a spin?
Seeing a yellow.
Confirm.
It was a spin.
Things were going smoothly. And round they spin. And I wonder, could they have done anything about that?
Could have not spun.
And just like that, the hopes of the team start to dwindle.
So Doohan has dropped all the way back down to P20. And that might put paid to any hopes he had of getting points here today. We've got some damage on Paul Shaird's car as well. Is he damaged his underfloor maybe? Crept up again by half a second. Albon having a little bit of a push. Mind you, we stopped pushing the fuel again, didn't we? So that might explain it. Tyres now cooling down. They've got out of the yellow zone. Let's hop a ride with Piastri. He's starting to close in here on Hadjar. Let's spend a little bit of Norris's battery.
Yeah, confirm.
See if we can get ourselves back into Albon. And we'll do the same with Verstappen, see if we can get him a little bit closer to Tsunoda.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Right, do we have any actual fights brewing? Mini and Doohan, not really. Maybe. Doohan will certainly have hurt his tyres a little bit with that spin, and Mini's tyres will be fresher, just simply because he boxed so long. He went so long on those inters before boxing. But no real fights anywhere at the moment. Nobody can get really close enough to actually have a look in these conditions, it would seem. 5.5 mil on the track. It's going to start drying up again soon. Maybe back down to about 4.5, 5 mil. While Norris has gained a little bit of time on Albon, Max has not gained any time on Tsunoda.
Charge button on, charge on.
Yeah, good.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
Still need to find just over a kilo of fuel, but that will easily come back to us. And we do potentially have that little window of inters here. That's looking like a 7-8 lap window, maybe a bit more. To into tyres, but we might also be able to just tough it out on the wets and not lose too much time. It all depends just how much that dips. If it stays around 3 to 4 mil, staying out on the wets would be the right idea, or at least boxing for a fresh set of wets somewhere around there would probably be the smart play. But if it dips below 3 mil, inters would definitely be quicker by at least a couple of seconds a lap. And then it's a question of will it stay wet enough or, you know, dry enough, long enough to make those inters actually worth putting on? Or would you just lose too much time in the combined pit stops of switching and then switching back again? It's way too early to tell. We haven't got any real information from the radar yet in terms of predicted water levels. It's just a rough line, which may or may not be accurate as it is. Let's see, lap 29. Max still 3 seconds behind Tsunoda. Norris has got the gap down to 3.5 seconds. Tyres are cooling down. So we are going to start to give them a little bit more pace again.
6 and 7, if you can.
So increase pushing status.
Still, there's nobody really in a fight situation. Leclerc is in 17th, and he's not too far behind Lawson, but with that potentially damaged underfloor of his, he's going to find it difficult to stay close enough to get that move done. Further up the grid, Oscar's the closest car to somebody, and he's barely inside a second. This is the reality of realistic racing in these conditions. It becomes very hard to actually close things down a bit. We'll save fuel a little bit longer as we're about to hit that little dip in water level. And then we'll start pushing the fuel again, pushing the braking zones again. I don't know if Yuki's had a bad lap or if we've just had a good lap, but we've taken some time out of him this time round. 124.9 for Tsunoda and 124.5 for Max. We've just adapted to the changing conditions a little bit quicker than he did. Albon does a 125.0, Norris 125.0. Yeah. Nothing in it between those two. Yashri is thinking about another little run at Hadjar. Even if we can't get past Tsunoda, second place would still be good points and within the target for Max. His target is third or higher. Norris's target is third or higher as well, so he needs to still find a little bit more pace. Lapping there or thereabouts, maybe a fraction quicker than Albon, but we're not gaining on Antonelli at the moment. Water level fluctuating back up again, so that dip was a lot shorter than we expected. A fault for Leclerc.
Lost power.
Is that a problem with the Honda engine? What a surprise. So now we know what that is. It's not underfloor damage, it's engine, and it's gone orange. So Maybe Leclerc might have to retire. We are at the halfway point, or just over the halfway point of this Grand Prix. In fact, no, we're not. We're a couple of laps away from the halfway point. I'll be lap 36 when we hit that. Oh, another fault for Leclerc.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
So not only is his engine worn out a bit, he's now got some kind of issue alongside that. We still have that issue for Sainz. Porsche still has something with his car as well. Let's start to push the fuel again.
No more lift and coast.
Okay.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Let's see if Norris is going to suffer the same fate as Max, and once we get within 3 seconds of the car in front, we just kind of stop closing the gap. Or can he actually get onto the back of Albon? Still, Hadjar and Piastri and Leclerc and Lawson are the closest we've got to a fight building. But it's been like that for many, many laps now. I can't see it happening at the moment. Max has taken a little bit more time out of Yuki. It's the closest we've been to Yuki for a while now, since we were fighting in the traffic in the Inters, trying to get through. I wish I knew what was going to happen here, because I'd like to box early and undercut on the wets, but I don't want to do that with a potential inter-period coming up that might ruin our strategy if we box early onto another set of wet tyres. Just don't seem able to close that gap.
Cool your tyres.
Yeah.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Confirm.
Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Horrible weather. Yeah, I mean, they don't make for the most exciting races, these kind of conditions, because the dirty air effect and the conditions combine to make overtaking very, very difficult. Especially at a circuit like this, where you only have a couple of clear opportunities, and if you're not right there in the wheel tracks, it's almost impossible to get a move done. As we've seen from Leclerc and Piastri just going nowhere, despite being quicker than the cars in front of them. And as we saw, trying to fight our way through the people who'd stayed out on the Inters, we're on the wrong compound of tyre, and we still couldn't get through. But they do make for interesting strategic races at the same time, especially if you've got those conditions that fluctuate and need you to switch between compounds on a few occasions. That's when you start to get that real sort of little, moments of intrigue and potential drama. Do you take that gamble, switch to a different compound for maybe a short run, but a run where you should theoretically have a lot more pace? Do you try and tough it out as long as you can on tyres that are the wrong tyres? Do you try and get an undercut
temperatures are going slightly
Or
up.
do you hope that other people have not been able to look after their tyres as well? Wait for them to go into the pits and then just absolutely thrash the car as much as you can for a couple of laps and then box. Try and overcut them and get the position that way.
Okay.
It's the intrigue around those moments that make these races interesting, but it can take a while to get to them.
Okay, you check the
Unfortunately,
temperature.
we're over 6 mil on track. Tyre temperature
quite hot.
are starting to come down. Norris is getting close to Albon though. Despite harvesting, he's still closing in. Max is holding the gap at 2.7 seconds again while harvesting to refill his battery.
Energies are good.
Confirm.
There we go. Norris's tyres now out of the red. Bearman is close up to the back of Leclerc. Now that he's been lapping quicker than the cars in front. Well, in front of basically quicker than Lawson. It's allowed him to get right on the gap. Bearman does have better conditioned tyres. He did stay out for that extended period.
Okay.
And charge button off.
Confirm.
So the dirty air is now starting to affect Norris's tyre temps. Now that he's within a second and a half. Do we have any more information here yet? See, we're getting a little hint of damp, but that window looks to have shrunk.
Gap to him 1.4. Continue, keep going.
So it does, at this stage, look like wet tyres is the way to go. So now it's a question of, do I try and undercut?
Let's get after these cars in front.
And try to increase pushing status.
And you can use all the boost back.
Confirm.
If I do have more pace than Norris, which I think I do, I need to be clear of him as quickly as possible to try and make any kind of dent I can on Kimi Antonelli. Because we need third place or higher with Norris.
Next car in front is Albon. Race is long.
Not try and pull out the slipstream too soon. Otherwise we're going to give up a slingshot opportunity. Just not able to get close enough. We're at full attack. There's nothing left to give. We're giving tyres, fuel and battery. And there we go, we're inside a second, but can we get close enough to actually have a lunge?
1.0 now.
Right, let's concentrate.
Middle sector's where we're quicker, but it's also where you can't overtake.
No hydraulics, I think.
Might be saying goodbye to Sainz before the end of this Grand Prix. His fault continues to deteriorate. Looks like he's running two separate faults now. Or a fault cleared and then came straight back again. How much battery do we have left with Lando? Not much. That's all. Enough for one run into turn 4. don't think we're close enough. We're not close enough.
Gap to him 0.9. Continue like this. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Increase lift and coast.
Confirm.
Yellow flag. Mini has
Get back
had
to doing
another
lifting goes
moment.
now.
Another spin.
Okay.
Finally gets back underway again.
Albon went off.
No, he didn't. Don't lie to me like that.
Good at this point. That's it. That's the spin. And it's obviously proving hard going out there.
Oh, he did. Oh my God, he did. Oh, we need a replay of that. Please give me a replay of that. I thought the game was just glitching a bit and telling us the wrong driver name on mini spin there, but no, Albon has made a mistake. We're 2.5 seconds clear. All that pressure finally paid off. It's not going to give us the replay. Ah, you bastards. Djokovic is going to be in a position to get him hit. So that's P4 for Norris. We need P3 and we are in 11.5 seconds behind Antonelli, but we are now back into clear air. And we're going to be undercutting very soon, as soon as I get just a little bit more information. Let's see this window that's about to open up here. Piastri still in P11 and now a second and a half behind Hadjar. Leclerc can't get past Lawson. Bearman still behind Leclerc. It's so hard to get past someone in these conditions that, unless there are mistakes, the only overtakes we might see will be in the pit lane. Right, across the line, it is a 124.6. So we've got a potential to hunt down Antonelli here. While we've got a nice wedge of clean air. That's 3 blocks of damp. But I've seen that before where I've made that gamble and then it's changed to maybe just like 1 block of damp as soon as I put the inters on. I'm still not convinced inters are the right call. I still think full wets might be the right play. I want a full battery or close to a full battery.
Charge button on.
Just in
please.
case we do stop.
Confirm.
At the same time, I also want to take advantage of this free air that we've got. Try and go hunting after Kimi. Get that gap down a bit. It's going to be tricky to balance
P4
this.
for the moment. Behind we have Albon.
Another 4 tenths taken. And another 7 tenths gained over Albon. 3.6 seconds that gap now. Max still can't get within striking distance of Tsunoda. Two more minutes until we get rid of that block and see a new block appear down here. Decision that could make or break the race, so we have to get it right. into conditions long enough to make a set of inters actually worthwhile putting on, given the time we'll lose to box and switch compounds? Or is it better to just go straight to another set of wet tyres, ready for when the track gets very wet again, after this little window that's approaching? We're down to 4.5 mil and the track's starting to dry up quickly, so we can't wait too long to make this decision. This sort of beep, 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 beep bit that we're getting in the background always makes me think of BBC News. Quickly, look. Very quickly indeed. Come on, clear this block. Stay there for one more lap regardless. Temperature's starting to climb.
And try to cool down the tire.
And we've got a yellow flag.
Yep. Just cool down the tyres as much as you can.
Yeah.
That's damp conditions. Did Antonelli have a mistake? He did, because the gap's down to less than 7 seconds. I don't know. I really don't know. Let's see. What does Yuki do? It might be a gamble worth taking for Max, but I don't know if it's a gamble worth taking for Norris. We can still make these tyres work until about 3.6, 3.5. Then Inter's very much become the best tyre comfortably.
Just look after these tyres.
Yeah, confirm.
Sonoda's stayed out.
The left rear is getting a bit hot.
Okay.
If we can trust what the radar says, we probably should switch to Inters. We're at 3.6 here, which means it's going to get very low and then probably switch back around lap 55. That's if we can trust our radar, though. I'm going to take the gamble.
Boxing this lap.
This might be a big mistake, but we're going to take that gamble. Oh, it's a VSC. Ooh.
VSC. Stay as close as you can to 0 on the delta.
That makes this a little bit kinder.
Oh dear, a crash! There's been a crash!
Because we can box in less time than we would normally, but... Oh, Nick. That's going to give Oscar a place. He's already got past one of the... did he get past one of the Mercedes?
Back in the
McLarens?
garage. That was a tough moment to watch.
No, he didn't. It was Lindblad that we saw behind him. So Schumacher's out. We're in for Inter's 1.89 second stop. That's good.
Is everyone alright?
Everything here is okay. Debris offline.
Let me pit lane.
Improved to the second quickest stop. That's nice.
Slippery pit lane, be careful.
Yeah, confirm.
1.9 second stop. That's not bad. Still going to drop behind a few cars, but Max has only dropped down to third.
Behind Piastri. 26 laps to go.
Make sure that battery's full.
Push.
Okay.
And we're at P11. So we got out in front of Sainz. That was important, given Sainz has got a fault on his
You
car.
can save less.
Okay.
And push now, everything you have.
Yeah, confirm.
The downside to this is
Energies
that while we got to
good.
keep a stop,
Confirm.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
shit, look at that, 12
Yeah,
minutes
confirm.
and it's going to be back to wet conditions. We might have fucked this up. But we're committed to it now. We have to make the most of it. But we're now losing valuable time on these tyres to this VSC. I very nearly decided to just go straight to a new set of wets for Norris, and I probably should have done. I'm amazed Tsunoda hasn't done that during this VSC. Maybe he's going to try and take those tyres to the end, I don't know. Come on, back to green flag. We need to go now, come on. This is not going to work for Lando. It'll be okay for Max, because we're still comfortably ahead of Albon. We should get back on terms with Antonelli. We're losing prime attacking time.
Use the energy.
Here we go.
Safety car ending.
Yeah.
Mode push.
Okay.
Size is no longer a factor. But we have to clear these guys as soon as we hit them.
I cannot push. Something is strange.
Behind you it's Sainz. Up to Sainz 2.6.
Not close enough to have the lunge there. Hopefully we can get it into turn 4. Into the Cedar. Max is now already just less than 3 seconds behind.
Race is long.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, confirm.
We need to be clearing this guy. Track's down to 2.6.
Confirm. Yeah, confirm.
There we go, easy up the inside. Max is now just a second behind Antonelli.
as much as you can.
Okay.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Yeah.
Oh, get out of the way, Oscar, you tart. Ah, damn you.
Yeah, confirm.
This time.
Yeah, confirm.
Yes! Up the inside through Ferradura.
Yeah, confirm.
We've got such a grip advantage at the moment, but we've got no battery left.
Keep battling away.
And just a reminder on your eyes.
Yeah, confirm.
There we go, we're past Antonelli.
No, what's happening with the engine, guys?
It's a Honda. That should answer your question.
Charge on, please.
We're absolutely crucifying these tyres, but we need to get these moves done.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Cool. Confirm.
There we go, up the inside, move done. Russell next. Anyone who's in front of us is going to have to stop again for a new set of wets because these conditions are going to absolutely destroy them. Or destroy what's left of them. Some of them might have the box earlier than they need to, or earlier than they should
yeah,
do.
right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Let's call Pinto back in trouble again.
Next car in front will be Russell.
A jam or custard tart. Dealer's choice. Hadjar is easier to get past than Russell. Russell is making it difficult. But we've got the grip around the outside. There we go. Norris back to 7th. Track is still drying. The gap to Tsunoda is just 9 seconds. This might actually give the chance to Max to win this Grand Prix. But those clouds are heavy.
Russell behind.
If it gets below 2 mil, these guys might just automatically pull over and let us through.
Gap to him 1.7. Alright, let's concentrate.
That's 1.99. Russell's punctured. Why couldn't you do that 30 seconds ago when I was stuck behind you?
Yeah, puncture.
Piastri's punctured. They're dropping like flies. Same corner. Just on the entry and the exit this time. Lawson's punctured. Same corner. Leclerc's punctured. Same corner. Norris is through. The tyres are so hot. Track's starting to get wetter again. Albon's into the pits. Lindblad's punctured. Another one.
My tyres are massively overheating.
At least he made it to the end of the lap. Hadjar's in the pits as well. Bearman's punctured. Oh my god, they are dropping like flies. I said these conditions would destroy their tyres. I didn't think they'd all go pop at the same time like this. Colapinto! And then there's another one behind him. That's Lawson. Lawson's got a puncture. Oh my god, they are all crawling back. Dragovic is punctured. Oh, Felipe. That's turn 4-5 again. That's turn 5, yeah. I've never seen, no, you don't think you've seen this many punctures? I've never seen this many cars go pop at the same time. It's insane. We haven't quite. Bortoletto. Jesus Christ. Turn 5 again.
Answer.
Massive advantage for Max. Well, it's diminishing quickly. It all depends on whether Tsunoda punctures. Porsche punctures. Oh, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This has certainly made things easier for Norris. Antonelli's got a proper pit stop in. These guys are getting lapped, so they're going to have to move out of the way. Gasly's into the pits. There is Tsunoda just in front. We do have a small window before the inters do not become favourable enough.
There's progress to be made.
I don't know if that's Bearman or Lindblad. I think it's Bearman. Djokovic has made it back to the pits. Gasly's in there as well. These guys are going to be putting on new wets.
Blue flag.
Yeah, well, move out of the way then, Mr. Blue Flag. There you go. Now you're getting it.
Okay for mode push.
Okay.
I think he might box this lap. It should be a lap or two too early. He boxes.
The Astons may be boxing.
There's another car in front of him, steaming back into the pits with a puncture. Felipe's out of the pits. Right, Norris might get through. I don't know if he will or not. Probably not. But this is Max's chance to open up enough of the lead to stay ahead of Tsunoda when we box for wets. We've got a yellow flag. It's a VSC! Ah! That might have just gifted me third place with Norris.
Virtual safety car deployed. Stay positive.
Confirm.
Ah, Felipe's crashed.
Now with the Haas. And unable to do anything about that crash.
That's the same thing that happened to Mick.
That won't do the car any good at all. And clearly then, not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
So we've got more than enough of a gap over Verstappen here. With Verstappen over Tsunoda to box and stay out in first place. Norris, I don't think will be able to get past Antonelli.
So there was a crash.
Everyone all right?
Everyone is okay.
Where is Antonelli? There's Antonelli,
And
so
we
we
have
might not get
every
clear of
top
Antonelli,
line.
but we should at least get past Albon and be closer to Antonelli. I'm not sure what the pit time loss is here under a VSC. We've got a 24-second gap thanks to
At
the
moment you
VSC.
have P3.
And
Next
about a
car in front,
12-second
Tsunoda.
gap. I don't think that's going to be enough. A load of cars are going to unlap themselves.
Laps to go.
1.848. Is that quicker than our first stop? I think it might be just by a thousandth or two. Right. Let's see what the gap is to Tsunoda. There is Tsunoda. Yeah, we did improve from fourth to
Slippery
third, so
track.
it was a couple of
You can
thousandths quicker.
Yeah, confirm.
second stop. Not good enough. There goes Antonelli. We are 4 seconds ahead of
behind Sonoda.
Verstappen, so it's like a 20-second pit stop. So we should get out in front of Albon, but we'll be probably about
to go at the end of
10
this
seconds behind Antonelli. Which is about where we were when we took the gamble, but at least it gives us a fighting chance. We'll have slightly fresher tyres. Which reminds me, let's turn those down.
So at the moment you are P4.
What's my take on the Bearman crash? We did talk about that during practice 1. I think if that had happened
and
at Jeddah,
laps to go,
it would have been a lot more serious.
Slow down.
A lot more serious. I mean, my first impressions of it when I saw Bearman, struggling and having to be helped with the marshal was like, he's really hurt. I thought he was more hurt than he was. I thought he'd had some, a major knock on his ankle, but it was his knee in the end. But yeah, scary, very scary. And just imagine what would have happened if that had been Jeddah. That would have been absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
push.
Confirm.
All right, about to get underway again. Our gap over Sonoda is going to be less than that. It's going to be somewhere around 2.5 to 3 seconds. Our gap to Antonelli is going to be a little bit less than 8.5 seconds. It's going to be maybe 7 seconds. We need to go through a few timing points to sort that out. Actually, that gap does look to be about 3.5 seconds after all. But now you can see we're only 7 seconds behind Antonelli. And we have full wet conditions. There we go. All right, so this is it. To the end of the race. There'll be no need for us to switch tyres again. There shouldn't be any need for anyone else to switch tyres either. We are way overfueled. And we have 15 laps to go as Max crosses the line. Is that Porsche behind him? It is. Is Porsche the only car laps? He is. And Norris needs to find 7 seconds to get on terms. Kimi Antonelli.
Energy available.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, it's probably a good thing that we do not have Jeddah this year, because while the drivers are still figuring out these regs and realising that they can't necessarily make those little half moves that Colapinto made when the closing speeds are that big, a circuit with no runoff like Jeddah, and with that kind of speed, there's going to be a lot. If we were going there, as our next race, there'd be a huge amount of super clipping there. That circuit would be very dangerous. So I think it's a good thing it's not on the calendar this year, because we might have seen a really scary accident there.
Just concentrate and get your tyre temps down.
Okay.
But we still have places like Baku.
Okay.
We still have Singapore. We still have Monaco. We still have Vegas on the calendar that are all circuits with no real runoffs in a lot of places. It was around a 50G impact, they think. I'm not entirely sure exactly what it was, but it was certainly a very high G impact. The car just bounced over the grass and then, skidded over the grass and then bounced over the gravel straight into the barrier. And you can imagine if that was just tarmac and not much of it before the barriers. Yeah. Bearman could have been seriously injured. he was very, very lucky.
Charge on.
Confirm.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Right, we've taken 2 more seconds out of Antonelli. We've got the gap down to 5 seconds. We're about 4 seconds ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. But we've got plenty of battery in reserve, which we're going to hang on to. There's no need for us to push max until Yuki starts getting close. We'll calm the tyre temps down a bit so we don't lose too much performance. And then we'll... as the track gets wetter again, that should speed up the cooling process on the tyres, and then we can start to attack Antonelli again. Yeah, there definitely needs to be some changes. Right, let's see if we can figure out how many punctures we got in that little spell there, because it was kind of crazy. It doesn't list them here, unfortunately, so we need to look at each driver's lap history. So Schumacher didn't get a puncture, but he crashed. Russell got a puncture. There you can see that's where he had that massive loss of time. So we had a puncture for Russell, a puncture for Hadjar, Piastri punctured, I think. Yeah, he did. Gasly punctured. Did Sainz puncture? I think Sainz punctured. Porsche punctured. Lindblad punctured. Bearman punctured. Albon. I don't know if Albon punctured or not. Colapinto, I think, punctured. Lawson definitely punctured. Drugovich punctured. Mini punctured, I believe. Fornaroli might have punctured. Doohan definitely punctured. He was one of the first. I think Bortoletto was a puncture as well. Tsunoda didn't puncture. Leclerc did. So a huge number of the grid. Most of the grid punctured.
So at the moment you are P4.
$11 laps to go. Antonelli is still about 5 seconds ahead, although we did nibble slight gain on him on that last lap. Tyres are starting to cool down again. Track is drying off. We're going to harvest some battery again with Norris.
And charge button on.
Tsunoda has closed the gap a tiny bit on a previous lap while we're investigating tyres. It's at 3.5 seconds, but we're still comfortable. No major concerns there yet. Is there still more drama in this race? 2 retirements so far, both crashing at exactly the same spot. Schumacher, then Drugovich. Such for shame as well for Felipe, having such a strong performance in his home race. Not really losing any time to Antonelli while we're harvesting, which is good. Nine and a half laps remaining to close that gap and then get through. Sainz is locked up into the S's, or the centre S.
So here we go, heading into turn 1. And there's the lock-up.
That's quite
and I
a big
doubt
one as
there's
well.
going to be too much criticism after that, though.
Kept it
when you consider
just
these
about on the track, though.
conditions.
I don't think he actually breached turn limits too badly there. He ran a little bit wide, but made the corner.
Tyres are quite hot.
Okay.
So Piastri, for all his ills, has managed to get back to P11 again, and he is right on the back of Fornaroli, who is in the points at the moment. Russell is right there as well, so if he stumbles against Oscar, there's a good chance George will pounce at the same time.
The temperatures are going slightly up.
Confirm.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Confirm.
How many seasons was it when I had Lewis and Hadjar? This is Max's second full season. He joined because we had Norris and Max last year. Year before that was Max and Hamilton. I think that was the season that Max. That was the season that Max joined after like the first 3 races. So it's about 2 years from now. We had almost a full season with Max, then a full season with Max and Norris, and now we're in Norris's second season and Max's third season, but his second full season. Tsunoda's closed the gap.
You could save less.
This is just 1.5 seconds. Been on a little bit of a tear. There he is. Years ago. Well, it was 2 seasons ago. So, not that long ago. Well, technically 2 seasons ago. More realistically, 3 seasons ago.
DRS.
Yeah, confirm.
Alright, started to just edge away from Yuki again. A load of back markers coming up. They could potentially cause a problem.
You have blue flag.
Yeah, it's it's not that long ago. I mean, back when we were doing 20 race seasons, it was, you know, a 4-week season basically. So it's only what, 3 months. Sonoda is already through on Doohan. Looks like he's pushing again, trying to close up while we're in traffic. And we're at a point now where I think we just have to thrash the tyres.
And we need to push for these laps. You're doing a good job.
Otherwise, we're never going to catch Antonelli, and I want to be able to get through this traffic quickly and
Let's
cleanly.
concentrate on clean laps as fast as you can.
Yep.
We very much have the advantage in the middle sector over Antonelli. So we need to try and exploit that as much as we can.
There are 5 laps to go at the end of this one.
Yeah.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Why have I decided this spars the end? Because this is the start of a new regs era, and we've already got the best car on the grid, just. So we're going to stay right near the top of the order. So, I mean, we're walking the constructors this season already after just a few rounds. So there isn't going to be a long-term real challenge with this file going forward. Not like we've had over the previous 5 seasons, where the car has been terrible and incrementally got closer and closer to the pack every year, but still been the worst car on the grid. Now we've got the best car on the grid. As Russell has an issue. Right, we lap Charles Leclerc and Gabriele Mini. And Leclerc seizes the opportunity to try and gain a place, but can't make it work. Let's see if Sonoda gets through easily. And if Leclerc is able to sneak his way past. Up to 3 seconds. We were able to get them both at the same time. It's not working out like that for Sonoda. But he is past them both now. And Leclerc has not been able to... Oh, no, wait. Sonoda hasn't got past Mini yet, has he? No, that's Mini. That's us. Right, Norris is 3.3 seconds behind Antonelli and closing in. I don't think we're going to close in quick enough. I think we might just miss out with Norris. And now that's a lift, a big lift for Mini, and here comes Charles Leclerc. Can he capitalise on this?
2 laps to go at the end of this one.
Just say 3 laps to go. It's so much simpler. He hasn't been able to get through. Doohan is still right there. 3 seconds is the gap with 3 laps to go. And we're not lapping anywhere close enough. We're not going to hit traffic. I mean, we could do, but I'm actually going to make it a little different, and I'm going to make this file open to anyone, who has a PC copy of the game, and if they want it, they can just ask for it, and I'll send it across to them, and they can carry on. We're going to get our 2013 playthrough underway. Plus, we've got the new regs to actually work with now, with the 26 DLC. Almost complete. I've got new liveries for all the teams if we keep with the original car models, but I'm hoping to have all the new car models for that series as well. So this one will go into hibernation. It may come back after a little hiatus. We may pick it back up again, but
2 more laps to go.
We'll see.
Yeah, okay.
I think part of the fun is trying to take a car that has no business being near the front and trying to get it near the front. It just seems more of a challenge than getting a car to the front and then just staying there forever. Once you get to the point where your car is really strong, it becomes, you have to do a lot of jiggery pokery in the editor to give the AI a big boost, to be able to get them to start comfortably outperforming you again, and then you end up having a season where you're just going to get fired because results are bad and your car can't compete in any circumstance. If we do come back to this, we might come back as a separate team and try and take down the Cadillac monster that we've built. Right, there is Antonelli. He's just 2.5-ish seconds ahead of us, but we just can't get close enough.
So deployed.
Mode push.
Yeah.
All we can hope is that Antonelli makes a mistake as we try and close the gap to him, but if he's got anything left, he's going to be burning it this lap as well. So I think it's going to be 4th place and no bonus for Norris. Which is annoying because he's the big bonus of 1.4 mil.
Sonoda seems to be struggling.
Max's is only 1 mil. And it is, an issue for Sonoda. I wasn't quick enough to click it. I don't think it will impact this result too much. But it's just typical that the one race where we decide, okay, we set first for a couple of races and we've got nowhere close to first place. Let's drop it down to 3rd, and we get first. Just typical.
Left rear is getting a bit hot.
That's it, no battery left. We've got the gap down to 2.5 seconds. That's as close as we're going to get.
Reminder on guys.
Max wins.
Absolutely brilliant.
Really good result. Stayed nice and calm with every decision.
Went slow.
And there it is, the Dutchman, Max Verstappen, has taken first.
I don't think there was a single second of that race where they didn't believe they'd win it.
Norris comes up to the line, 2.5 seconds behind Antonelli. Couldn't quite get there in the end. Fornaroli has kept Oscar behind, so Oscar's only going to get 1 point.
Just didn't have the pace in the end. Thank you to everyone in the factory. Everyone here at Trackside, love you all so much. Thank you.
B0, please.
So Fornaroli will pick up 2 points for Minardi. Piastri, I don't think, scored any points in the sprint. I don't remember where he finished in the sprint, actually, but if he didn't get a point, then that 1 point there is his only point of the Grand Prix. Who got the fastest lap, I wonder? I can't remember. Might have been Yuki who got the fastest lap. We'll find out in just a moment.
Lando Norris, currently on our screens, heads back to his team.
Yeah, just shy of a podium, but fourth is still a respectable finish.
And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
What a great way to take their third win this year. They've definitely found their form.
And that means, here in Sao Paulo, it's party time. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll be absolutely delighted to have picked up the win here. What a great outcome that is for the team.
And from our team in Sao Paulo, a big thank you for joining us this weekend.
We're nearing the end of the season and it's time for some serious heat. Stay with us as Formula One moves to Mexico City.
So then, confirmation of the final result. Max returns to the top step of the podium. Yuki Tsunoda gets second and the fastest lap for that bonus point. It is third place for Antonelli. A good result needed for him. And he has responded nicely there. Norris missing out in the end. The VSC worked out really well for Max. Didn't help Norris, unfortunately. Norris needed another couple of laps on those inters to close the gap to Antonelli more, or to stretch the gap to Antonelli a bit more, and just couldn't quite pull that off, but got close, 2.5 seconds away in the end. Albon in P5, Gasly up 10 places to take 6th, then Hadjar in 7th, Sainz getting 8th place, 9th for Lindblad, 10th for Fornaroli, and the final point goes to Oscar Piastri in 11th, starting in P3. Ended up all the way down at the bottom of the points. But that's where he was before his puncture. And how many punctures did we see? So many. Just puncture, 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 puncture. Never seen anything like it. Crazy stuff. Behind Ollie, we had George in P12, then Bearman P13, 14th for Colapinto, 15th for Bortoletto, 16th for Lawson, Mini in 17th, 18th for Charles Leclerc, 19th for Doohan, 20th for Porsche. 2 retirements, Felipe Drugovich and Mick Schumacher, both crashing at the same point of the track, just not at the same time, each bringing out a VSC. And everyone from Lawson on down was lapped. Right, let's see what has happened to the driver standings once the sprint points are factored in as well. So Max gains 26 points. That is second in the sprint, behind Yuki Tsunoda, I believe, and then winning the race. Lando Norris, 14 points for him. He got 8 points for finishing in the Grand Prix in 4th. And how many points was it for the sprint? Another 6. That'll be 3rd place in the sprint. Just 3 points all weekend for Oscar. So we got 2 points in the sprint then, 1 in the Grand Prix. And then, actually, no, Max, he got that bonus point for pole, didn't he? No, we didn't get pole. I can't remember who got pole. Yeah, George is P4 with 41 points. Gasly just 1 point behind in P5. Lindblad down a place into P6. Good points for Tsunoda. He jumps up 8 places to 7th. Huge haul of points for him. 21 points across race and sprint. Antonelli getting good points as well. He moves up into 8th place. Then Hadjar is down a couple of places into 9th. Albon 10th. Leclerc in 11th, down 3 places. Bearman in 12th also loses a place, as does Bortoletto and Lawson. No points for those two. Or Porsche, he also loses a spot this weekend. Sainz gains 2 places. He's up to 16th now, 8 points, doubling his tally for the season. Then it's Mini, Doohan, both on 5. Drugovic, Colapinto, and Schumacher all on 3. Fornaroli gets his first points of the season, so every driver is now off the mark this season. And I don't think Ugo was in action in Brazil, but we will check. In the constructor standings, 40 points for Cadillac versus just 14 for Ford means that we now have a very strong 87-point gap at the top of the constructors standings. Then it is McLaren in 3rd with 64 points, HiTech with 52, Honda jumping much closer to HiTech. 22 points scored this weekend puts them within just 4 now of HiTech. Ferrari getting some decent points as well. They are on 32 points, and they needed those because otherwise they would have been jumped by BMW. They stay 7th with 23 points, picking up 7 this weekend. Mercedes up 2 places into 8th. They overtake Audi and TGR, who are 9th with 16 and 10th with 13 respectively. And Minardi still bottom, but edging closer to double digits. They're now on 7 points. Right, we had a couple of really quick stops for Max. Some okay stops for Norris. Let's see how we did in the pit stop competition. Both of them in the top 10, and both of them actually with a 1.8, which is nice. So Mercedes get the quickest stop, and they also get 9th place as well. Ford in 2nd. Then it's Cadillac 3rd and 5th. So 25 points for us this weekend. McLaren getting some points in 4th. Ferrari in 6th. Williams 7th. HiTech get the last 2 spots in 8th and 10th. Let's see what these standings look like, shall we? Mercedes top, picking up 27 points. They're on 127 now. Ford move above Ferrari. They are 40 points back with 87 points. Then it's Ferrari with 79. And we are up now to 4th place, jumping both Williams and TGR as McLaren also get through. We're on 74 points, just 5 behind Ferrari and 15 points clear of Williams. McLaren moving up into 6th place on 55 points. TGR, no points for them, sees them stay on 54 points and down 3 places into 7th. Then it's Audi with 39 points. HiTech move above Honda. They are 3 points clear. And then Minardi, still just that single solitary point for them this season. Who knows, maybe their luck will change as the season progresses. There you see our stops, 2 very decent stops there for Max. And not bad first stop, but not amazing. Norris's first stop, very nice, 1.89, better than his other 2 stops. And both cars scoring some pretty good points this weekend, which is nice. However, we only get the middle bonus for Max and no bonus at all for Norris. So out of a potential 3 million, we come away with a maximum of, well, it would have been a maximum of 2.4. We come away with 1, which is a bit of a shame. That will certainly hurt our ability to get some stuff done. Okay, so the underfloor project is complete. Rear wing's going to be getting close soon as well. Mexico's the next race. That is 11 days' time. I think it's just the normal Grand Prix. Let's have a quick little look-see. Yes, it's just a normal Grand Prix. We don't know what the weather's going to be like yet. We're a little too far away still, but 16% chance of rain. Let's see, something has gone on one of the cars. A part needs to be replaced. Let's dive into the inbox after we check in with the board, see what they thought. Race performance back to delighted. So there we go. Delighted with that one. We've got another satisfied off the bottom order there. And we are close to getting rid of that disappointed. Just 3 more rounds to go to potentially clear that. As long as we don't pick one up in the next few rounds, that is. Objectives-wise, still delighted from last season. We're still on target for second in the constructor standings, and the long-term objective to win the constructors also well on target. First year of that, we have 4 more years to do that, although we won't be here for 4 more years. So pretty good with the board. Let's check in with our inbox then. So what got broken? A rear wing went on the back of Norris's car. That's okay. We are not too far away from getting new rear wings, which are cheap as well. We can go over here, go to our build queue. There we see 5 days to go. I can definitely get a second side pod. Can I get a second chassis? No. So let's leave that project as is. Let's start to build an underfloor. I'm only going to have time for one, and I need to make sure I've got money for those wings, which I will have time to get on the car. So we will just get one of those going. Speaking of wings, let's fix that. There we go. We've got 4 parts at medium risk on Norris's car, 3 parts at medium risk on on Max's car. Refurb will be ready in just a few days. Which is that? Is that the boardroom? It is. Boardroom back to level 4 fully again. So there we go. Effectiveness is back up to 100%. So I wonder if we're getting a boost on this facility as well. Because these look like level 5 effects. But we're only at level 4. Alright. 2 days to go. And we'll get that rear wing. Low stock on the chassis, I know, but we've got new ones coming. There we go. Let's immediately press these into manufacturing. We've got 6 days to go to Mexico. Have I got enough cash for 2? Yes, I have. I've even got enough for 3. So we'll start building 3 of those. Because I haven't got enough to do another part on anything else. There we go. So we'll have new rear wings and new side pods on the car for Mexico. I've got 1 chassis, but I need more than that. This is what the car looks like at the moment, but that's because some cars might need to fit other parts. Let's take a quick gander at the weather for Mexico. Looks like it's going to be dry throughout. Let's clear that email there. Sponsor plan review. We're about to get some cash, and quite a bit of it, if memory serves as well. Should be on for about 10.5, 11 mil. 5.25 from engagements, and we had 2 mandatory activities for another 5.5 mil there. The holiday package HQ tour and the hot lap experience. Mark Slade goes up to a 97 overall. Underfloor is complete. We need to get more of those built. We can afford to now. Let's build 3 more of those. And we still have 9.5 million, which is nice. So let's go to chassis and build 3 more of these. For another 1.6 mil. We're down to just a touch under 8 mil now. What else is in the build queue? Side pods. We can now add another 2 to that. And we we've taken care of everything else. We can add an extra rear wing on there as well. There we go. So we're down to 6.8 mil. We still have just got access to extra enhancements from this, so we need to take advantage of that now while we can. We need to get another front wing done. We've still got an ATR left. We're going to dump all the hours into the front wing. We could be on to make a mighty front wing here. Let's see. Let's bump the tyre preservation a bit. Let's bump the airflow sensitivity a bit more. A little bump to airflow. Again, we just want to increase medium and high speed a little bit more. Take a little bit of life out of that front wing. And there we go. That's a very, very healthy low speed gain. Decent there as well. We'll still gain an extra 3 and a bit % there. Take us closer to 67%. And that will take us to about 66% on the tyre wear. We want 1 on that. Confirm. There we go. We've just started our new rear wings. We've got Mark III chassis, Mark III side pods, underfloors. We're already working on a Mark III suspension by the look of it. I did say I would get some research done, so let's get some of that started now. Yeah, we're just 7 days away from the suspension. I'm looking at how much money we've got left. We've got 3 million. Let's do an underfloor project as well, because we're not going to be making any more underfloors for a little while. That gives me just enough to get another project done, which is probably going to be a rear wing. How long till the first rear wing is built? 1 day. I'm taking a gamble here. I'm going to go 1 more day. I'm going to do our sponsor plan first of all. Guided tours is only worth 333k. Let's get our engagement done. Let's drop in Ocon and Hugo. No, let's put Joe in, not Hugo. Let him concentrate on F2. That's still enough to get us comfortably through. Confirm the plan. Their preferences for driver events anyway. Let's go 1 more day. Oh, I went 2. Never mind. Have I still got my design center buff? Yes. Right. So this is why I've done this. Is because I need to see what impact the new rear wing's going to have. So that's a nice old boost. And there you can see. But I need to have something to work from as we put in this project here. So I know what the actual values of the current wing are. The new one, the Mark II. So we can get a Mark III wing up and running. And there we go. That's a nice little bit of extra speed. And there we go. We're out of cash, but we've got 3 more Mark III designs on the way, 2 more wings, and a suspension is going to be ready in 5 days. So hopefully the money from Mexico will be able to pay for those suspensions to start being built. We've also got a lot of parts being produced in the warehouse as well. And we can actually fit some of those to the car now. So we've got 1 chassis, which is worth a really big speed boost, but we're not going to put that on the car just yet. Going to wait till we've got 2 of those. So whatever race comes after Mexico, we'll see those, I think. Front wings, we're on the current spec at the moment. New one's still a little way off. Rear wings, we can now fit to both cars. There we go. Side pods, we can fit to both cars. Underfloors, we've only got 1 available. And suspensions, we're on the current spec of suspension as well. So, another nice little bump in car performance. Let us take a look at the car analysis. It does look like there's been some gains from the rest of the grid. Speed looks like it's dipped a bit again. But it's looking all right. We'll have a proper look at the performance index on the editor tomorrow when we come back for round 7. What is the next race after Mexico? Barcelona, and they are back-to-back. So hopefully we'll be able to put the new underfloor and chassis on the car for both cars for Barcelona as well. That'd be lovely if that's the case. Going to be warm, not expecting rain, so it'd be interesting to see if we go 1 or 2 stops at Mexico. Again, that might determine how well we qualify, perhaps. Staff results, still not a single gripe about the performance of the car, which I'm so pleased to see. After 5 years of car shit, now we're seeing them actually, happy, which is quite nice. So there is a summary of the standings. Before we go, I do want to check just to see if Ugo was in action. I don't think he was, but let's take a look at the F3 Grand Prix results. No, F2, sorry. They were in action. So let's see what happened to Ugo. Oh, down in 10th. Didn't even score any points in the sprint. What about the Grand Prix? 9th for 2 points. So a rare off day for Ugo. I mean, he gained 8 places in the feature, but not getting any points in the sprint. So that will have hurt his standings a little bit, but not horrifically. Let's take a look at the F2 standings. Invicta still top constructor at the moment by 14 points. Ugo is no longer top. He lost a huge amount of points to perennial Red Bull rookie Lorenzo Amato, who gets his first win of the season, but podium number 4. So Ugo missing out on podiums completely there, but only 4 points behind. He should, hopefully, rebuild that, or retake the lead in the next race. And his next race will be in Mexico. So we'll keep an eye on him. Let's see as well what happened to Jack Crawford in that last race. Where is Jack in the standings? Our former driver is up 5 places into 5th. Looks like he had a pretty good weekend. Where did he finish? Jack Crawford on the podium in the Grand Prix and 5th in the sprint. So Jack having a little moment of to shine there, but still, in terms of overall standings, can't compare, unfortunately, to Ugo. So yes, let's go back to the inbox. There we go. And that is it for tonight. So I hope you have enjoyed tonight's extended stream. As always, they are a little bit longer on sprint weekends. This one's gone about 5 hours. Oof, that's a long one. But Max is top with 111 points. He sits 27 points clear of teammate Lando Norris. Oscar is a further 15 points behind in third. So we've got a nice, healthy little lead in the Drivers' Championship. And then a very big gap back to George, who is 70 points behind. And in the Constructors' standings, we are 87 points ahead of Ford and 131 points clear of McLaren. So it's looking very strong in the Constructors as well. We'll be back at the usual time tomorrow of 8 p.m. for round 8? Round 7? Round 7. As we head to Mexico. That'll be just a normal Grand Prix weekend. It'll be 8 p.m. British summertime, so that is 7 p.m. GMT. So adjust your calendar or your time accordingly, depending on your time zone and whether or not you put your clocks forward an hour for daylight savings, as we did that on Sunday morning. I will be back, as I say, tomorrow, usual time. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.